Okay, welcome everyone. Let's go ahead and begin the Committee of Education Administration. Thank you all for being here. We got a great crowd today of Tennesseans, and we appreciate everyone's input. To begin with, though, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Representatives Baum, Bolso, Butler, Sapicki, Fritz, Gant, Gillespie, Haston, Hurt, Lafferty, Love, McKenzie, Parkinson, Reagan, Ritchie, Stevens, Warner, Vice Chairman Slater, Chairman White. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Welcome, members, and we always begin each committee out with a prayer. Representative Parkinson, you are here on time today, and you requested 2 weeks ago. So I'm going to call upon you. You willing to start our committee out with a prayer?
Sure.
Okay.
Jesus wept. Amen. I'm just kidding, Mr. Chair. I'm just kidding.
You're recognized.
Yeah, I'm just kidding because Lord knows more than anything, anytime today we need prayer. So if you'll bow your heads, please. Lord, we come to you asking for understanding. We come to you asking for your godly grace, patience. We come to you to asking that this is an orderly and productive meeting. We come to you asking that fairness is presented and allowed in this meeting. We come to you asking that we are allowed to hear all of the information and make informed choices. And we come to you more than anything asking you for wisdom. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Representative Parkinson. Members, anyone have an announcement or recognition? Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our Director of Schools. Dr. Winstead is in the audience, if y'all don't mind making him feel welcome.
And there may be a lot. We have tall superintendents from across the state are in Nashville today, so there may be many more. Thank y'all for all you do, our directors. And so who is next? Representative Parkinson, you want to recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I saw the superintendent of Millington Schools in. Is he still in here? Where's it? Where is it? Oh, there he is. Stand up and make him feel welcome, Mr. Bo Griffin. Thank you.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we may have some folks from the Higher Education Initiative here. As you know, they do a great job in providing college education for those who are justice impacted. They have a zero recidivism rate, so we're thankful for having them today.
Is that the Tennessee Higher Education Initiative he just recognized? Representative Love, did you just say Tennessee Higher Education Initiative? Is that who you recognized?
Yes, sir. THEI.
Yeah, thank you. I had that on my notes too. I'll make sure we didn't overlook that. Raise your hand, stand up if you're here. THEI. There we go, right there. Thank y'all for being here. Appreciate it. We have Representative Warner. You have a recognition?
Yes, it's Director Sarles in the crowd from Marshall County back there. Give him a warm welcome, please.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that I've got Director of Schools for Roane County, Russell Jenkins, and I see that I've got Director of Schools for Lenoir City, Ms. Barker. Thank you all for coming. And if Oak Ridge or Loudoun County, I don't see you if you're in here, but welcome. We're glad to have you all today.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have our two directors of schools from Rutherford County with us today. We've got Jimmy Sullivan, who's the director of Rutherford County Schools, and then Trey Duke, who is the Murfreesboro City Schools director. Make them feel welcome.
Representative Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have Director of Lauderdale County Schools, Sean Kimball here, who I actually had the privilege of working under when I was teaching in high school. So we appreciate him. I don't see any of my other directors here. If they are, I'm sorry if I missed you, but thank you for what you do, Sean.
I tell you, just make sure we didn't miss anyone. Would all our directors of schools or superintendents that are here today, please stand up and let us recognize your hard work. A few of us had a really fun breakfast with them this morning, so we're glad they're here. Thank y'all. Okay, members, and as we get started, and thank you for the everyone that is attending. Just a couple of rules: signage is welcome. Just keep them in front of you so you don't block the person behind you. And members, committee members, we're going to spend the full 2 hours, if needed, on the item number 1 on our legislation. So I will get to everyone, but we'll do it in order. And so if you have something to say, you get our attention, we'll put it up here on our list, and we will get around to you as we go through in an order. Items 2, 3, and 4 on our calendar will have a committee roll to next week. Okay, to make this official so that we have it properly in order, item number 2, House Bill 2346 by Reagan, rolled to next week. Item number 3, House Bill 1914 by Representative Hale, rolled to next week. And then item number 4, is there a 4? House Bill 2758 by Representative Alexander, rolled to next week. Okay, that brings us back in order. We're on House Bill 1183 and we're going to let, I will keep the gavel today, but we're going to let Chairman Sapicki. You are recognized, sir. You have a motion and a second. We're going to get there. Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized. You have a question, Representative?
I just want to request a roll call vote.
Any objection to a roll call vote? Seeing none, there will be a roll call vote at the proper time. Chairman Sapicki, I'm recognizing you on House Bill 1183.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have numerous amendments. Would we like the committee to start talking to take those up?
Yes, we have amendment number 1, committee, House Amendment 14448.
Roll to the hill, make a motion to roll it to the hill.
Without objection, amendment number 1 is rolled to the hill of the amendments. That brings us to, we have amendment item 2, 14492. Chairman Sapicki.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn. We're withdrawing item number, 14492. Also, we have amendment 2 to 2, which is 14492 also.
Withdrawn.
Withdraw that also. That brings us to amendment number 3. This is amendment by Representative Warner. Now, members, we're going to get back to talking about the bill, but we had to go through and put everything in order first. So you have a motion and a second on amendment number 15013 by Representative Warner. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, what this amendment does, this amendment is about Tennessee taxpayer protections. If the intent of this program is to only provide funding to U.S. citizens, this amendment guarantees that page 2, section 1, eligible is defined as a U.S. citizen. Number 2, parent is defined as a U.S. citizen. If that requirement or any other part of this bill is struck down in court without this amendment, the program will continue. If a liberal judge rules that any child in Tennessee can access this program and strikes down the citizenship requirement, then the whole program goes down with it. With this amendment, the whole program goes down if that were to happen. So what this does, members, is this make sure that we spend Tennessee tax dollars on Tennessee citizens, not foreign immigrants or foreign illegals. And that's all the amendment does. With that, I renew my motion.
Okay, with that explanation on amendment number 3 by Representative Warner, do we have questions on his amendment? Let me get a clarifying question, Representative Parkinson. Did you call a roll call vote on the final bill?
Mr. Chair, I will answer that, but it was Chairman McKenzie that called for a roll call vote on every vote.
On every vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Members, any objection to a roll call vote as we work through the amendments?
No.
Seeing none. Okay. We'll have a roll call vote. Okay, now we're on amendment 15013 by Representative Warner. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request to go out of session for a discussion with legal.
Without objection, we're out of session. Legal, you're recognized. You recognize Chairman Reagan.
Thank you. And to our legal counsel, do we have any Supreme Court rulings on this issue?
Legal?
Thank you. Casey Washburn, Office of Legal Services. Chairman Reagan, I'm not sure what question you're asking with regard to a Supreme Court precedent or decisions.
Chairman Reagan?
Specifically on the state being able to refuse to educate the items mentioned in this amendment? Personnel?
Chairman Reagan, I believe your question is with regard to the requirement that an eligible student and a parent be a United States citizen. Is that correct?
Chairman Reagan?
Yes, ma'am.
There is a Supreme Court decision, Plyler versus Doe, that in which case the court examined the question of whether a student could be denied access to public education or generating public education dollars based off of their lawful or unlawful status. The court held that in that situation that the state did not have a rational basis for excluding that student from the public school system based solely on their status as a legal or legal resident of the state or the United States. So as it applies to this program, it would be a question for a court to determine whether or not the exclusion of a student for purposes of this scholarship program is held in the same consideration as access to the public school system. A student has to be allowed access to enroll in a public school system. Whether that same standard would be applied to a voluntary scholarship program may be a question for a court, but any act passed by the General Assembly is presumed constitutional unless it's challenged and found to be unconstitutional.
Chairman Reagan?
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. And when we're back in session, a question of the sponsor of the amendment.
Okay, Representative Kinsey, you're good. Okay, how about Representative Ritchie while we're out of session with legal?
Yes, legal, just from a clarification standpoint, on the Supreme Court ruling that was just mentioned, does that have anything to do with Title IX funds? Or is it specific for Title IX? Or is there any type of distinction between that and state general funds?
The decision, Plyler versus Doe, didn't address any federal statute with regard to education. It was focused solely on the question of equal protection under the Constitution. The legislation that will at some point be discussed today before the committee doesn't direct or require the disposition of federal funds. It's a state-funded scholarship program.
Representative Bolso?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question for legal is this. Do we have any precedent either in the state court system or the federal court system that specifically addresses the issue of whether a scholarship program such as the one set out in HB 1183 is a program that must be made to all residents of the state who are otherwise eligible, whether they are U.S. citizens or not?
Legal?
Representative Bolso, I'm not aware of a decision, whether it be a federal decision or a state court decision, that's looked at the question specifically of additional education programs that are limited in their eligibility to certain groups of students.
Members, anyone else have a question to legal while we're out of session? Seeing none. Okay, we're back in committee. Any questions to Chairman Sapicki? You'll pass right now. Chairman Reagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the sponsor of the amendment, sir, is it your intent that this apply only to the scholarship program?
You're recognized, Representative Warner.
The intent of this amendment, if it's struck down in court, or if it basically determines that illegal immigrants or someone that is not here legally a legal citizen, whether that be DACA or whatnot, that this whole bill be void and void.
Thank you.
Chairman Sapicki?
And members, I think that's where the danger is right there. There are 49 sections of this bill. One section of this bill deals with only the school choice provision. 48 other sections deal with positive things for our public schools. And by removing the severability clause, you put in jeopardy all of those other programs that could benefit our public school system to the nth degree. So in my opinion on this that I speak for, I would ask that you vote this amendment down to protect those other 48 portions with the severability clause.
I'm going to go back out of session real quick. I do want legal to make one explanation that we were just talking about. So without objection, legal, would you address what you were just explaining to me about the severability clause?
Yes, Chairman. Casey Washburn, Legal Services. The amendment being proposed by Representative Warner deletes the severability clause, but that severability clause is contained within the amendment that was proposed and adopted by the K-12 subcommittee last week. So that amendment is not yet before the committee. So this amendment would be to the amendment from the K-12 subcommittee, because as of right now, we are working off of the original bill, which is House Bill 1183, which I don't believe contains the substance of the actual scholarship program. So the committee would need to take up the amendment from K-12 from last week before taking up any amendments to that amendment.
Any questions of legal? Okay, without objection, we're back in session. Thank you, legal, for that explanation. Members, anybody else have a question for Representative Warner? Let me go to Representative Parson. Do you have a question?
Well, I had a question for legal, but I can, wait till we get to wherever we need to get to and defer to Representative Warner.
Okay, well then let me come back to the sponsor of the amendment, Representative Warner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was wanting to respond to Representative Sapicki's comments there, please.
You're recognized.
Representative Pickey, I appreciate the comments, and you make a good point there. With that being said, would you be willing to accept that let's break this bill down? Let's let each portion of this bill stand on its own merit, where we do not have to worry about the unconstitutional part of the amendment.
Okay, here is what we need to do. Okay, I got one more question, then I will make my statement. Representative Ritchie?
Yeah, you need to go to Chairman Spicky for a response.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman Spicky. I'm sorry, I was talking to legal.
Could you restate the question, please?
Representative Warner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Spicky. You made reference to the severability clause being unconstitutional to do with the second half of the bill, the part that talks about the public school issues, the things that we're going to do for public schools in this bill. My question to you, would you be willing to amend this bill, roll it a week, get it in the proper form to make sure that your concern does not address the public schools?
Chairman Spicky?
Well, I think to answer your question is by going with the amendment that was adopted by the committee last week. We already put those protections in place for the rest of the bill by maintaining the severability clause. If anything in the bill is deemed unconstitutional and kicked, it puts provisions in place that allow the rest of the bill to stand and still be implemented. I'm sure there are many people out there that understand the positive things that we're doing for public education that would like to see those maintained in the event that something else gets taken out of bill. So I guess the short answer to your question is no.
Representative Warner?
Would you care, Representative Sapicki, to point out the fraud protection part of the bill?
Chairman Spicky, are you ready for that now? I mean, actually, as legal just explained to us, we're talking about an amendment on a section of the bill that's not before the committee yet. So we have two choices. We can, as a committee, we can vote on this amendment right now, up or down, or we can roll this amendment to the Hill when we're back on, when the legislation is in proper order. Representative Ritchie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion to roll this to the Hill so that we can get the amendment that we discussed last week properly in front of us, because I think the rest of the amendments go to address that 39-page amendment to begin with.
Any objection to that motion, members? Seeing none, without objection, then House Amendment 15013 is rolled to the Hill. Amendment number 4, House Amendment 15013 0103. Chairman Sapicki.
Roll to the hill, Chairman.
This is Road to the Hill. Okay, then we have Amendment 5, House Amendment number 5 by Representative Ritchie, 14858.
Roll to the hill, please.
Is that a proper motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been motion and second. Any objection? Okay, then that has also been rolled to the hill. I will entertain a question before I move on. Yes, Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to make sure that I understand where we are right now. Right now, with all the amendments being rolled to the hill, we are just discussing House Bill 1183 without any amendments until we take up one, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you, sir.
So members, where we are, we're back on amendment number 14448, which is the meat of the bill. So I'm going to recognize Chairman Sapicki, and he's going to give us an introductory thing, and then we have within the 5 minutes, and then I will come back and we'll continue to address. So Chairman Sapicki, would you go ahead and start laying out the bill or your opening comments?
Oh,
You got a motion and a second on the amendment. You're recognized.
make a motion to add the amendment to the bill.
The motion's been made to add the amendment to the bill. We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Any objection to the motion? Representative Parkinson, what is your objection?
My objection is I would like to hear the amendment before we put it on the bill.
That's at the will of the committee. Members, all those who would like to hear, add the amendment for proper discussion, add it first. I'm going to ask for Chairman Reagan.
Mr. Chair, I think what's being requested is what's going to happen anyway. A motion for the amendment is for the sponsor to present it, and then we vote on it. We don't vote on it before it's presented.
Representative Parkinson, you're recognized again.
Actually, that's actually backwards. You know, we discuss an amendment and then we vote it up or down to put it on the bill. That's the proper way to do it. And that's all I'm asking. And it shouldn't harm the sponsor if he won't, we just want to hear what we're putting on the bill before we put it on the bill.
Okay. Now this amendment 14448 does rewrite the bill. It is 1183. So we can, Chairman Sapicki, would you like to explain the bill, then we vote on it, or would you like us to go ahead and you're the sponsor of the bill right now?
Mr. Chairman, I'm at the will of the committee here, but normally when we have an amendment that rewrites the entire bill, we put that amendment on the bill so that we can have a discussion on the bill as it's been amended. And then if there's other amendments that come up behind it, we can take those up as they come due. So we're kind of breaking policy here, Mr. Chairman. This amendment rewrites the entire bill.
Right.
So I still ask that we put this amendment on the bill so that we can have a lengthy discussion with the people behind me have asked to hear.
Right. That is the will of the chairman, and that's what we normally do. So members, all those in favor of adding 14448 amendment onto House Bill 3, 1183, do you have a parliamentary question?
Mr. Chair, I want to withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
My objection, rather. Thank you.
Any objection to this is having a voice vote to add this to the bill? Okay, will the chairman, I'm going to ask that all those in favor of adding amendment 14448 on to House Bill 1183 indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The bill is properly amended. Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at a request, I've got 5 minutes to do a 49-section bill here. If you could let the timer next to you let me know when I've got about 15 seconds, I may have to pick this up pretty quick here. So I'll be as brief as I can, members, to get you through the entire bill so that hopefully then, therefore, we can ask more detailed questions and get into the depth of this. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
That is okay. Representative Gant has a comment.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, how much time are we given Chairman Sapigi,
5 minutes.
5 minutes. There is no way I can comprehend what's
Right.
in this legislation in 5 minutes.
Right. Here's what we're going, here's what we're going to do. He has the 5 minutes, which is one of our house rules, but then I'm going to come back to Chairman Sabicki and ask him a question and let him complete. We need the entire explanation of the bill before us, before we begin to ask questions. So Chairman Sapicki, you are ready to go.
Thank you, members, and I'll be as
And members,
brief,
take notes.
and I'll be as brief as I can, hoping that I'll be able to come back and give you section by section detail of this bill based off of the questions you asked me. This bill creates a scholarship for those students whose parents feel that their educational needs are not being met by the public school system. That's what it does. It also creates 48 other sections of a bill that transform public education into what we believe could be transformational in the state of Tennessee. Less testing, more teaching time, less evaluations. This bill is a comprehensive bill that, since I've been up here over the last 6 years, and some of you have been up here longer than that, these are things that we've talked to the Tennessee Education Association about. We've talked to the School Board Association about. We've talked to the Superintendents Association about. Professional Educators of Tennessee about. We've asked them, what things can we do to public education to transform them to unlock the potential that's in our public schools? And this is the bill you have before you that many of you who've been sitting here with me over the years have heard these requests from our public schools. And in one fell swoop, we have the ability to transform education, public education in Tennessee. Now, you're going to hear in the bill with the amendments that are going to become that we will walk you through section by section so everybody understands exactly what we're voting on from top to bottom. Major legislation that I've been a part of up here is never easy. It's very difficult. It's very hard. Some of these things we've been trying to get for our public schools for a long, long time. And the financial benefits to our districts will be self-evident in questions that you ask me about your districts, I'll be able to share with you. It is going to free our teachers up to be able to do what they went to school for, and that is to educate and teach our children without the overbearance of testing, without the overbearance of evaluations, always protecting the integrity of our information to make sure that's not shared, to make sure that we are not data mining our students, so that's shared. And lastly, and most importantly, that we've heard perfectly clearly from our homeschool community that they do not want to take part of this. And it is our job to protect that wish and that integrity of our homeschool community going forward, that they maintain the autonomy and the freedom that they enjoy to educate their students in Tennessee. That was a brief, and we'll notice, a brief synopsis of what we're trying to accomplish in education here in Tennessee, Mr. Chairman. And I know there's going to be questions on this, but there's other amendments we have to get to, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Sapicki, for that brief opening. What I would like to do at this point, members, we have to have all of the bill laid out before us, because when we start asking questions about things that we don't even know. So I am now going to come back to Chairman Sabicki. Would you please lay out the scope of the bill before us? Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Point of order on this. The supermajority created these rules for a reason. I don't know what they were, but you all created these rules, and now we're going to go against them. The clock is ticking. You've told us we've got 2 hours and no more to get this bill done, and now you're going to drag this conversation out a long time. There's a lot of meat to this bill. We've now had it for a week, but to drag this conversation out is really unfair to those of us that have some serious questions about this significant piece of legislation.
Okay, and I respect your opinion, but as Representative Gant has asked, he says he wants to understand the meat of the bill. We have to have the entire bill laid out before us. You can start asking questions now, and half the people in the room may not know what you're talking about. So I am going to go back to Chairman Sapicki. You are now recognized to lay out the scope of the bill.
Members, you want to follow along in the bill? I'll walk you through the bill section by section. Here we go. Section 1 is the Education Freedom Scholarship Act. Scholarships will be awarded to the following priority schedule: students who are eligible for an education savings account under current law, and then the next tier would be students in a household income of 400% or below the federal poverty level, which is $120,000 for a family of 4. And then if there's scholarships available, students in a household at 500% or below of the federal poverty level, which is $150,000 for a family of 4. And then if there's scholarships still available, it would be open up to the rest of the citizens in Tennessee to apply. It'll be only available for U.S. citizens. It'll be available for students not enrolled in a homeschool or homeschool umbrella program. It'll be available for students not enrolled in a homeschool or homeschool umbrella plan. With the exception of Category 1 schools, only non-public schools that have been accredited and operational in Tennessee for 3 years can receive the scholarship program, which will prevent the pop-up schools that we've seen in other states that have ballooned the program. It is not available for members of the General Assembly or members of the Tennessee Governor's Cabinet. The program will be annually reported by the Department of Education for accountability and utilization via a third-party vendor for students using the scholarship to protect the autonomy of our private schools from government interference into what they do. Section 2 and 3 are changes to the Tennessee Investment Student Achievement Program. We will increase the weight for a student in a small district from 5% to 8%. Add a new category for districts with 1,001 to 1,000 to 1,700 students by adding a 2% weight of $140 for each one of those students. We will increase the weight for a student in a sparse district from 5% to 6%, from $350 to $425. We will add a $75 per student infrastructure fee that will increase local revenue to districts of approximately $72.9 million a year. And for the members of this committee, we should have those numbers as close as we can get for you if you would like to know. Sections 4 for 10 are insurance for our teachers. It adds an option for districts to opt in to increase the state portion from 45% that we pay to 60% for our teachers' insurance. That'll free up roughly $160 million across the state of Tennessee and our districts to be used to put forward in things that they think are appropriate, or increase the coverage for their teachers to lower their average cost of their insurance, once again making teaching a very attractive profession. Sections 11 to 30. And when we get into the meat of this, I will probably defer to Chairman Haston because this is 100% his wheelhouse. Statewide tests will be fewer in number and aligned to the federal standards as follows: no required tests in grades K through 2, English language arts and math once in grades 3 through 9, science once in grades 3 through 5, once in grades 6 through 9, and once in grades 10 through 12. Social studies once in grades 6 through 8, and a nationally recognized assessment once in grade 11. Reduced testing will add approximately 428 hours of instructional time back into our classroom for our teachers. ACT work keys will be provided for technical education students beyond the 23-24 school year, and the state board shall not require any more than these assessments to meet Tennessee graduation requirements. Several references to the TCAP, or the Tennessee Comprehensive Assessment Program, are deleted and substituted with a statewide standardized assessment, which opens up the ability for us to use the ACT in our high schools now. Section 31 to 32 is on teacher evaluations. This removes from the code the Teachers Evaluation Advisory Committee. It gives the State Board of Education the authority to adopt rules and policies to set evaluation criteria. It does keep the current law that states that 60% of the evaluation criteria must be from student achievement data, 35 from student growth data, and 25 from other measures of student achievement by the State Board of Education. It gives the State Board of Education the ultimate authority to determine, identify, and adopt measures of student growth comparable to TVOS, previously the role of the Teacher Evaluation Advisory Committee. Our teachers that are doing exceptionally well in the classroom, a level 5 teacher, instead of being evaluated every year, will be evaluated once every 3 years. Our level 4 teachers are evaluated every 2 years, and our level 3 teachers will be evaluated every other year. Level 1s and 2s will be continued to be evaluated every year by their administrators, thus freeing up them more time to spend with those teachers that need the most intervention. Section 33 are the RTI changes. Currently, under state law, you have to do RTI for our students, response to intervention, for those students that are deemed academically behind, and also do high dosage, low ratio tutoring on top of that. We are going to allow those to be interchangeable, so a district can choose the RTI intervention or the tutoring option to meet the goals and the standards set by the state. In grades 4 through 8, promotion. Now, there's going to be an amendment to this, but I'm going to give you what's in the bill right now. Fair enough? Okay. There's an amendment coming on this, but I have to tell you what's currently in the bill you're considering. In grade 4 through 8, students who score below or approaching on the ELA portion of the TCAP must be allowed to take a retake of the multiple choice part. If the student still scores below and approaching, that student must attend a learning loss bridge camp for the summer and work with a tutor the following year. Therefore, the 4th grade retention is taken off the table. Currently, the bill you're considering has it 4 through 8 with summer school and tutoring. In the amendment that's coming, you're going to see a change to that. 35, section 35. Currently, our teachers have to go through their professional licensure every 5 years. We're going to push that to 8 years. Section 36, hours-based alternative. Currently, you have to have school for 180 class days. We are going to give the flexibility to the LEAs to choose, based on a 6.5-hour day, if they want to go to the hours-based equivalency and have more flexibility and control over their schedules in a day-to-day basis. Section 37 dissolves the Achievement School District. The ASD will cease to exist on July 1st, 2026. The schools in the ASD will continue to operate as they currently do until July 1st, but then they're going to have to choose to go back to the district that they came from or apply to the Charter School Commission. The comprehensive support and improvement plans that we have for our most challenged districts that they have to come up with. Currently, they have to review that policy every year, and we're going to push that to every 3 years so that we get a better take with the data on how they're transforming instead of having them constantly have to redo that program over and over again. Section 42 and 43 has to deal with chronic absenteeism. Under federal law, if you miss 18 days in the state of Tennessee, you're considered chronically absent. Our districts don't have a lot of control over that, and they're dinged pretty heavily by the state. We think it's a better plan to allow the districts to come up with their intervention plans on how they're going to address the chronic absenteeism, lower those numbers, and also evaluate them on how they engage with their parents at the local level. Section 44 extends the career readiness assessments that Chairman Haston has so dearly wanted. It extends them beyond the 23-24 academic year. Section 45, 46, 47, and 48. 45 is amending. It requires the Department of Education to put the application forward to the United States Department of Education no later than July 1st of 2024 to update our ESSA plan so that if we do pass this legislation, we will stay in compliance with federal law. 46 and 47 is the severability clause that protects all other aspects of this bill in case one section is deemed unconstitutional and thrown out. And then section 48, Mr. Chairman and members, it breaks down the different sections of when they're going to become effective based off of if it can happen upon the governor's signature, if it's going to be a particular school year, ASD maybe 26, and when our ESSA plan has been changed by the federal government and stamped for us. So members, that is the bill that you have before you right now. But Mr. Chairman, there is an amendment coming to clean up some of this language.
Thank you, Chairman Sapicki. Now, members, what you have is Amendment 14448 before you, which is the meat of the bill. And you have this in front of you or on your computer. And so that way we have it fully before us and we can address the questions based upon that. So first, I'm going to go on my list. I have Representative Baum. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman White, and thank you for your explanation, Chairman Sapicki. I want to talk a little bit about the different sections of the bills and maybe what they cost. My understanding is that the Senate bill was originally just the Freedom Accounts bill. That was the governor's original idea, but that the House version includes almost 50 different sections. It's the first section that's the Freedom Accounts section. And I have heard that the Freedom Accounts section of the bill, just that part, could cost in the neighborhood of $100 million, but that the additional sections that have been added to the bill would make the bill in total substantially higher. Now, I understand that some people like school choice and some people don't. I guess the representatives that don't maybe can be enticed to vote for the bill by adding some of these other sections. But my concern is these other sections do add substantially to the cost of the bill. So I want to ask you, I guess, what the cost of Section 1 is broken out separately from the other costs of the bill. Maybe I'll stop there and then I do have a follow-up question.
Chairman Sapicki.
Thank you. So the fiscal note that I'm working off of is from 014448. Okay. Currently, the state expenditures will roughly be between $384 million and $424 million a year going forward, roughly with about $140 million of that allocated from what the governor talked about in his school choice for the 20,000 scholarships at $7,000, which is roughly $140 million. So give or take a couple million, probably between 140 and 145 would be Section 1.
Okay, thank you for that information. That's kind of the numbers that I had in mind as well. And like I said, I understand that we're adding the additional sections to make the bill more enticing, maybe to sweeten the pot. But it seems like in order to pass a $140 million Freedom Accounts bill, we're spending an additional almost $350 million. Now, you know, I'm sympathetic to school choice, and so I'm not really trying to be overly critical here other than to point out we're spending a lot of money to pass Freedom Accounts. It seems like it might be more cost effective to just simply have an up or down vote, a pure vote on Freedom Accounts, and then discuss these other sections of the bill separately, not only on their own merits, because they're each complicated in their own right, but also the cost. Now, committee members, I'm your representative on the Finance, Ways and Means Committee, and I can tell you that revenues are coming in at a slower rate than we anticipated. We're about halfway through the fiscal year, and we have a revenue shortfall below projections of almost $400 million. So I guess I'd like to hear your thoughts on whether you think it's cost effective to add all these other sections to the bill, and instead of just focusing on Freedom Accounts, which is really at the heart of the Senate bill and the governor's initiative, and the price tag on a bill that's just Freedom Accounts would be substantially less.
Chairman Sapicki.
Well, I do understand your position there, Chairman Baum, and we've all seen the budget that's been put forward by the governor that we're considering of roughly $56 billion. Not much change from year over year on the cost of running the state of Tennessee. I think that you have been here as long as I have. And I know we've had conversations throughout our years here about things we believe that we would like to get for public education. And the hindrance has always been finding the vehicle to make that happen, right? Finding the proper vehicle to make that happen. And I think by looking at the school choice bill that a lot of people have some objection to, and quite frankly, a lot of people in the state support. I think by incorporating them all together, I don't want to leave public school behind in the lurch when we have the opportunity to bring them to a point to where now we can get those results that we've all dreamed of in public education. And yes, education, as you know, on the finance committee, is extremely expensive in the state of Tennessee. And we have added $1.5 billion to education since I've been here, since you've been here. And I think education, to get it where we want, is still going to cost us money, but can we get it to a point where we don't leave public education behind in the lurch, and then us trying to figure out a way to get these things passed where we could transform the whole system at one time?
And I appreciate that answer, Chairman
Baum.
Sapicki. So just to, I guess just to conclude my comments, I just want the members to be aware that we are spending $350 million additional dollars to pass a $140 million Freedom Account bill. It seems like if we split that up, we could pass Freedom Accounts at lower cost. We would still have the option of allocating this money towards these other education initiatives or to any other good initiatives that the House considers as we pass our legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Baum. And just to add to that, one of the reasons we're at this point, when we started this back in January, is we did want to listen to our public schools as we went through this process. We think this might be an opportunity to address some issues that public schools have told us over the years, as well as the Education Freedom Scholarship. Chairman Haston, your name was mentioned a while ago, and I will need to recognize you. You're recognized at this point.
Thank you. I did have just a comment on the budget. This isn't allocating any additional funds that hasn't already been budgeted. It's not adding $350 million to sweeten any kind of pot. The governor's approved K-12 budget is $261 million. The EFS program is $145 million. That still would be coming in well under about $10 to $15 million less than what's already been approved. Thank you.
Thank you. You have any comments on that, Chairman?
No.
Before I
No,
move to the next?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm now going to go to Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. You don't have to adjust in your seat. I'm going to be nice. I do want to know a couple things. The chairman just mentioned that, you know, you listen to public schools in regards to the legislation. What position did Rutherford County schools have in this when y'all listened to them? Murray County, I'm sorry.
Chairman Speaker, you want to address?
They've taken no position, sir.
Thank you. So Murray County has no position on?
I've received, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
I'm sorry. I have received no letter from my school board, no letter from my county commission. They're waiting to see what the General Assembly does.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, I just continue. Do I have to look back at you?
You don't have to look back at me. What I'm going to do is we got a lot of people on the list, so
Yes,
ask a couple questions, follow up, then we move on to the next one. I may have to come back to you if you go on too long.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, got you. Okay, and so I want to talk about these changes, to our education system for teachers and districts regarding, the carrots that are being offered. My question is, and just hearing from the chairman just a second ago, that this stuff is already budgeted for. If that's the case, then why do we have to tie it to this bill, and why hasn't it been offered before? If we can do it, why haven't we just done it? Insurance and these other things that we're
Chairman Spicky.
That is the question that I've asked myself for 6 years up here. And Representative, you've been here longer than I have. Since I've been here in the General Assembly, School Board Association, TEA, superintendents, professional educators of Tennessee, teachers across the state that I visited their districts from Shelby County all the way to Johnson City. They've made it perfectly clear to me that these are the things that they believe. And we've had numerous conversations about trying to figure out how to do this. And the vehicle will never presented itself to get the department on board, get the governor on board, get everybody on board at one time to recognize we're in critical times here. We've got to do something. And the something we're doing are not just stuff we're pulling out of thin air. We know that these are meaningful changes to our K-12 education system that teachers and administrators have been screaming at us, been screaming at me for 5 years up here, trying to get these things incrementally done, just a little bit. Just give us a couple more hours here and there. And I think what we've done is seize on the opportunity to go after the changes we know we need to make and get them all now.
Thank you, Chairman Sapicki, but
Follow up.
thank you, sir. We are the vehicle manufacturer.
Mhm.
So we could have created a vehicle anytime that we wanted to create a vehicle. And we can make that vehicle look any way we want it. But for some reason, we've chosen to create a lemon. And that vehicle now has all of these great options that are in it, but it's tied to 4 flat tires. And so my question is, again, you know, we can't accept the reasoning that, you know, especially given the power that we have as legislators, that we didn't have the vehicle because we can draft legislation specific to anything that we want to draft as state representatives. And so it's unfortunate, but I can't necessarily buy and I appreciate you, but I can't necessarily buy the reasoning behind that question. My last question is this, and put me back on the list because I have more, but I want to be respectful of everyone's time. With this bill, will this allow for private schools to be created or receive vouchers for schools that are Muslim in nature, schools that are atheist in nature? And in Shelby County, you know, we had an after-school program apply to or have an opportunity to do an after-school program, which was from the School of Satan. So satanic schools, based on this legislation, would they be able to receive vouchers and create, once they are accredited, create and receive vouchers and funding through this legislation?
Chairman Sapicki.
Well, there was a question you slipped in there. There was a statement you slipped in before the question that I'm going to clarify first of all, because you stated that the things that we're trying to do for public schools are lemons.
No, that is not what I said.
Well, I have the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Sapicki.
I have the floor.
No back and forth, Chairman Sapicki.
And so you made the insinuation that this is, since we're the automobile maker, we're making a lemon with this bill.
That's not what I said.
Oh,
Okay, Chairman Sapicki. Chairman Sapicki, Chairman Representative Parkinson, I will come back to you, but right now he's recognized.
I would debate with you that lowering the number of tests we take is something that your teachers in your district probably would like to have. I would debate with you that reducing the number of evaluations that our teachers go through would probably be something in your district that you would like, or your teachers would like. I would think to however the insinuation may have been said, to insinuate that we're building something here that is not driven by requests from districts and teachers, I think we have to be very careful with going down that avenue. Under current state law, to answer your other question, and I can go to legal, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We may have to go to legal to get an official statement from legal on this. But I believe to be an accredited school, I think you have to go through the process, and the state board has to approve you. And on this bill, you have to be in existence for 3 years before you can receive your ability to take advantage of this scholarship program. But Mr. Chairman, I'd probably want to go out to legal and just get their comment on the process of accreditation. That might answer
Okay,
your
without objection, we'll go out of session to legal. May you respond to that comment, question?
Casey Washburn, Office of Legal Services. In order to operate in the state, a non-public school other than a homeschool has to be a category 1 through 5 private school. The State Board of Education has promulgated rules that outline the requirements for those schools to operate in the state. And I believe every category, one of those requirements provides a nationally recognized assessment in mathematics and English language arts to students in grades 3 through 11. So that's a state board requirement in order to operate as a private school in this state.
Do you have a question, Representative Parks and legal?
Warner had his hand up before me. I do have one for legal. But
You have one for, while we're out of session, Representative Warner. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to legal. If one of these schools, such as my partner here mentioned, if they meet this category 1 through 5, would they qualify for Tennesseans taxpayers' dollars?
Legal, you're recognized.
Any school in this state that meets the requirements to be a category 1 through 5 school and is approved to operate in this state as a category 1 through 5 school would be eligible to enroll scholarship recipients.
Thank you.
So I guess the answer to Representative Parkinson's question is yes, if they meet the 1 through 5, whether they teach a lot of the values that we as Tennesseans don't appreciate, they would get tax dollars from the great state of Tennessee. Is that correct?
If they're recognized as a category 1 through 5 school, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Parkinson to legal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our legal team. So I just want to be, this is such an important piece of legislation. I want to be emphatically clear. So if a school that taught Satanism got through the accreditation process, they would then be able to receive these public dollar vouchers. Is that correct?
Representative Parkinson, I can't speak to what any particular school may or may not teach, what requirements they may have, how they're structured. I can only address the legislation, and the legislation establishes that if you're a category 1 through 5 school authorized to operate in this state, you're eligible to enroll scholarship recipients under this program.
Okay, one more, then I'll move on.
Thank you. And thank you for that. And I'm not trying to put you in a catch here, but I think it's important for it to be on the record that if I was to open up a school for Muslims today or a satanic school today, and I got through the category 1 through 5, or a school for LGBTQ for that matter, and I got through the category 1 through 5 accreditation, would I be able to receive vouchers? And so that means I got through what you said is required by the state. Would I be able to receive those vouchers?
The
3 years.
The description of private school in the bill says that if you're a category 1 school, you're approved to receive scholarship recipients. If you're a category 2 through 5 school, you would have to be in operation in the state for at least 3 years before you enroll scholarship recipients. But if you are a category 1 through 5 school and you meet the requirements to be eligible, then you would be able to receive scholarship recipients under this program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an equal opportunity bill. Thank you.
Okay, so members, we're now back in session, and we go to Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sponsor, my question just deals with student eligibility and touches on this amendment that Representative Warner has. Council mentioned earlier the Plyler versus Doe decision from Texas, where the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that children of immigrants who were in the country unlawfully, nevertheless, under the 14th Amendment, had the right to attend public schools in Texas. Here, the eligibility is restricted to U.S. citizens. In Plyler, the court noted that in order to treat some students differently from others, the state had to show what's called a substantial state interest. And so my question, which is one of fact, not law, what is it that led the administration and you as sponsor to draft this legislation such that it's limited to U.S. citizens and would not permit children of immigrants in the country unlawfully to participate?
Chairman Sapiki.
Oh, well, so I guess you're looking at, we provide a public education for every person, every student in the state of Tennessee through the public school programs that we already have. And one of the complaints that we see is the amount, and this is a political conversation for another bill, but the amount of people that have come into our country that are now showing up in our public school classrooms that don't speak our language, don't have a background in English, they're uneducated, et cetera, et cetera. Because we've deemed this outside of TISA, it'd be considered a public benefit. And we believe that we have the ability, like one of the representatives close to you said, is that these Tennessee dollars outside of public education should be reserved for those citizens that are here legally, U.S. citizens in the country. The reason why we crafted the language like we did was to provide that opportunity to put that limiting factor in a state benefit. And we believe that because we've done that, we are still allowing and following that guidance from the Supreme Court ruling under public education to meet the needs under that decision, but to create outside of that this benefit that we can restrict like we have in the bill to U.S. citizens and residents of Tennessee.
You have a follow-up, Representative Boso?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, thank you, sponsor.
Thank you. Let me keep moving. We have more on the list. Let me go to Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the sponsor. Can a child who is currently enrolled in a private school access these funds, these scholarships?
Chairman Sapiki.
Question is, can a student that is currently enrolled in a private school access these funds, correct?
Correct.
That was one of the reasons why in Section 1, we had seen the mistakes made by other states of opening this up too broadly. If you remember what Governor Lee has said, is the premise of the bill is to give those students that are in a failing school that may be economically disadvantaged, and because of where they're born and what their address is, they're stuck. But we wanted to put things in the bill that address that need to begin with, that the ones who are at most need get the first shot to get a better situation. And so we put in the language that if you're eligible for the education savings account, you're first. Then we put the 120,000 or below for a family of 4. If there's scholarships available, then you're second. Third is 500% of poverty, which is 150,000 annually for a family of 4. You'd be third. And then if and then there's still scholarships available, then they'd be opening up to the state of Tennessee.
Follow up, Representative Love.
So again, my question is, can a child who is currently enrolled in a private school apply for and receive this scholarship?
Chairman Sapiki.
Like I've just stated, in theory, everybody would be available in the state of Tennessee.
Representative Love.
Thank you. And so with that being said, I think it's on page 5. It is under section 5, letter C, where it describes what the funds could be used for. In theory, a child who is enrolled in private school now could take this $7,000 and use it for computer hardware and technological devices. In other words, a child who's in private school now could take the $7,000 and buy a state-of-the-art computer and other technological devices with it instead of using it for tuition.
Chairman Pickey.
So, Mr. Chairman, that language, I believe, was imported from the educational savings account that the representative from Davidson
Nashville.
County, Davidson County, that language, I believe, has been inserted into this bill to sync up so we would not disqualify those children that are already involved in the educational savings account. But just to be sure, Mr. Chairman, we may go out of session and ask legal just to make sure that I'm giving the correct answer.
Thank you. We'll go legal. That is my understanding also. Without objection, legal.
Casey Washburn, Office Legal Services. Could you repeat the question with regard to the ESA program?
Chairman Pickey.
The representative from Davidson County asked a question about on page 5, letter C.
Yes.
That has all those different things that the scholarship could be used for. And my understanding of that is an overlay from the educational savings account.
Casey Washburn, Office Legal Services. That is accurate that the language that's in subsection C on page 5 of the amendment mirrors the categories of allowable expenses that's also authorized under the Education Savings Account program in current law.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
You may have a follow-up.
So I'm asking for legal. So just so I'm clear, it's an overlay, imported, pasted, cut, however it got there. This amendment states that a student who is enrolled currently in a private school is eligible to take the $7,000+ and use it for any one of these 6 or 7 items, including number 5, which says computer hardware, technological devices, and other technology fees that meet the requirements established by the department and that are used for the recipient's educational needs.
Representative Love, you are correct that if a student receives a scholarship, that scholarship can be used for any of the expenses that are listed in subsection C. So from tuition, computer hardware, transportation fees, any of those categories are allowable expenses of the scholarship funds.
Chairman Love, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir, it does from legal. Thank you, sir. I just want to be clear about that.
Okay. I think while we're out of session, I've got Representative Slater wanted to comment on that.
Yes, a question for legal. On page 9, under payment, state or local public benefit, A1 says that the scholarship awarded under this part must not be paid directly to an eligible student or to an eligible student's parent. So am I understanding this correctly, that there's no way for a parent to take a portion of that $7,000, the student to take a portion of that and then use it directly to purchase a computer, a new computer?
Legal.
Representative Slater, so the department administers the program, and the department will establish rules as part of this legislation to administer and create requirements and establish requirements for the program. You're correct that the language says that the scholarship is not paid directly to a student or an eligible student's parent, so that would be left with the department as to how they administer the awarding of the funds, approval of expenses, and the categories listed on page 5. I believe a number of those require, in order for those expenses to be approved, that they meet certain requirements established by the department. So the department would ultimately decide how to administer the movement of those funds for certain expenses.
Follow up for legal. So currently, an ESA student who is receiving ESA funds, they're not going out, the student or the parent, they're not going out to purchase a computer. The rules that are set by the department or administered by the department, the funds administered by the department, those rules don't allow a student to go out and just purchase a computer. Is that correct?
Legal.
Representative Slater, I can't speak to what the current practices of the department are with regard to the ESA program, but ultimately the department establishes the requirements for the ESA program, and they would establish the requirements and the administration of this program as well.
Thank you, legal.
You have one more follow-up, then I'm going to move on. We got a lot of people want to ask questions. Representative Love, you can follow. You still won't talk to legal, right?
Yeah, well, I was the one who talked to legal originally, Mr. Chair, and I got taken off because someone else had a question.
Well, he wanted to address something, but go ahead.
The amendment says that, unless I'm reading it wrong and have the only amendment that says this, scholarship funds may be used subject to department approval for one or more of the following expenses. 1, tuition fees and uniforms. 2, textbooks, curricula. 3, tutoring services. 4, fees for transportation. 5, computer hardware, technological devices, and other technology fees that meet the requirements established by the department and that are used for the recipient's educational needs. So either they can have computers purchased or they can't. I'm confused now because I've been told that they can't have them purchased, or maybe they can. Help me out. Can students have computers purchased for them with these dollars?
Yeah, Chairman Speaker, then I will comment. Legal, would you like to address that?
Can't tell legal how to answer
Hang
questions.
on. You have asked a question. You have asked a question. Legal, would you like to address it specifically, or I can?
Mr. Chair, you need to rule on that
Sir,
point
I
of
have
order.
not recognized you.
Point of order.
You recognize a point of order.
When a point of order comes up, the chair has to recognize either thumbs up or thumbs down on the point of order. Am I correct?
What is your point of order?
You did not acknowledge or recognize or answer Chairman Sapicki's point of order.
Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized. What was your point of order?
That Chairman Representative from Davidson County asked a very specific question. And all I'm asking is that legal just give a specific answer back to him.
Legal, would you like to address his specific question?
I'll do my best. I believe the question is, does the legislation allow for scholarship funds to be used subject to department approval for computer hardware, technological devices, or other technology fees that meet the requirements established by the department? And the answer to that is yes.
Thank you, legal. Okay, anybody else have a question of legal? Richie, do you have a question, Representative Richie, of legal before I go back in session?
Thank you, Chairman. And I think it was answered just now. Colleague sits behind me mentioned about the ESAs. The ESAs don't reference private schools, and I think the question is ESAs for public charter schools, correct? And private schools.
Okay, thank you. Without objection, anybody else legal? If not, we're going to go back into session. Thank you, legal. I'm going to go to and recognize Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the sponsor, just first and quickly, I know it's longer. I appreciate your courage and the work that you and others have put into this. Because I know you've been spending long hours. I've heard your heart on it, and I appreciate the work you've put into it. So I want to pass along a question from one of my directors of school, director in Loudoun County. And his was a specific question. The that he related to me a couple weeks back. Could a Roane County student in Russell Jenkins schools move to Loudoun County and participate in the scholarship fund?
Chairman Spicky.
I'm assuming your question is, could a student in a public school go to another county and attend a private school there?
Public?
Well,
Chairman Spicky.
Well, there's already an issue that we've taken up before on a different separate bill about students that are able to go from public to public. And I'm doing this from memory, but I think it addresses briefly that the district that they're going to is allowed to hold a certain amount of spaces available for their growth. And any seats that they deem open, right, then they would be able to attend there. But this bill is not public to public. That would be another bill that's being considered elsewhere.
Any follow-up, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Just one other quick question. And again, thank you for all the work you've put into this. What type growth do we expect in the Department of Education if or when this bill becomes law?
Chairman Spicky.
So I think your question was, if this becomes law, what kind of growth do we see in the program potentially? Is that correct?
If I might clarify, Mr. Chairman, just in the Department of Education in Nashville, what do we expect the growth there in staffing to cover the programs?
Chairman Spicky.
The department has not communicated any information to me about additional personnel. I know pretty much for certain here, if anybody would want to go to work for the Department of Education, they've already have funded positions that are vacant. So I don't anticipate any new cost outside the normal budgetary processes for this to be implemented.
Thank you. Representative Hurt, you haven't spoken yet. I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to echo my colleagues' sentiments. Regardless where I am on the bill, I want to thank y'all for your work. I know your intentions and I know what your goals are. So I did want to say that. And Mr. Chairman, I've got this question, one follow-up, and I'll try to be quick. It was referred to earlier, and I think we all have to be aware of the Senate version down the hall and what we're looking at. And I think there's a ton of concern that what is going to happen at the end of this with everything that we have that is in it on this side. I'm not going to ask you to speak to answer questions that may or may not happen, but my question to you would be, can you or any of the other sponsors respond to how you feel about where you want this to be at the end of the day? Is that a logical question?
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been known to be pretty stubborn up here. We have put, not myself, but many representatives sitting around you here have spent many, many hours crafting something that we believe is transformational in public education. My intent of one vote is the legislation that you have before you that we will protect, because I think we believe, and you can ask other people here, that we believe this is a very, very good piece of legislation and every piece of it is important. I've been through here like you have been with the educational savings account bill, that by the time it got to the House floor, it was barely recognizable. We spent a lot of time on this. And I know there's differences in the two bills right now. And that's where we continue to work. The speakers continue to work back and forth of trying to convince our colleagues down the hall that the version we have is most beneficial to public education. I hope that answered your question.
Follow up, Chairman Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. And I think that's the concern of a lot of what might be stripped out, what might be given. And I know that's yet to be seen, but I did want to ask that question. Second for now, and I think you touched on it earlier when your opening presentation, but I think you went through it pretty quickly and I kind of missed it. We know in other states where this has happened, we've seen down the line, General Assemblies change, governors change. We've seen General Assemblies reach in and the state reach into private schools that have decided to accept that money and become just extensions of public schools. What in this legislation will prevent that from occurring if this passes and goes into law? What in here will prevent that occurring down the line in the state of Tennessee?
Chairman Spicky.
If you'll just accommodate me to give me a second to find that, I'll be happy to find it for you. I will do it. I'll do my best from memory because it's a 40-page bill. So we put provisions in place to create a separation between government and our private schools. And we will contract with a third-party vendor. So a student that would take advantage of this program and go to a private school, that curriculum and tests that student is taking in that new environment, that information would be required to be reported to the third-party vendor that would take that information, strip away all the identifying part of that data so that we can just track how third graders are doing, how fourth graders are doing, and that information in blind would be sent to the Department of Education and to our members here on the Senate and House Education Committees, so we can track the academic progress of these students. Now, there's a very good idea that I think that we would probably, in GovOps, as it starts, if this passes this committee, which wind up in GovOps, I would suspect there'll probably be some type of an amendment to prevent the data mining and being sold to outside interests, and to be very specific on what data is collected by the third party and make sure that that is held sacred and within the boundaries of a future amendment that I'm assuming that GovOps will probably require to be put on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Hurt. Members, as I continue to go also, we have a couple of guests here asked to speak today, as well as the department. So here's the order. I'm going to go to next to Chairman Lafferty, then Representative McKenzie, and then Representative Gillespie. So Representative Chairman Lafferty, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And echo some comments earlier. Thank you. I know the effort that you've put into this. It's not lost. All right. You're appreciated for your work. When I first ran for office and since, when I talk to my teachers where I live, one of the things that I hear is time, which I think you touched on, and testing. Those are kind of the two most often heard. Could you elaborate a little bit more on how we're putting more time back into their day and helping out with the testing requirements, please?
Chairman Sapicki, and if you want to recognize Chairman Haston, as you mentioned earlier, go ahead. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would recognize Representative Haston to answer that question.
Would you repeat the question, please? Kirk Haston from Legal Services. No, I'm just joking. This is
Chairman Lafferty.
District 72.
I was wanting to hear more about how we're putting more time back into the teacher's day and how we are freeing up our students a little bit more from all the testing. I've heard that most frequently from teachers in my area and would like to hear more about it and get extra camera time since you're sitting behind me here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a bit of a passion project for the last several years. And over the course of working with this, I met with a couple of dozen different teachers, TCAP teachers, EOC teachers, which is EOC is end of course testing, which is the high school TCAP. I know we throw around some of these sometimes and the public might not know what we're talking about, but basically federal guidelines mandate that we have to have 15 standardized tests starting in third grade all the way through high school. State of Tennessee, we do 28. And it was a initiative that really, we went to some really rigorous standards and really had this focus happen back in 2007. And I think it was a worthy attempt. It was a good effort. And I'm for rigorous standards. I'm for rigorous testing. I'm not for too much testing that so much testing that we're strangling the ability to teach. And so simply put, if we cut out some of the testing that we don't have to have, we could not only cut out 20 hours easily of testing if we just went down to those 15, but I worked with several teachers to figure out the math on this. And if you take into account the test constructions, the practice test, the pre-test, the Mastery Connect benchmarks, it comes out to being around 305 hours of instruction that we could add back into the classroom. And that would be 167 total instruction hours freed up in 3rd through 8th, and 138 total instruction hours freed up 9th through 12th. For those of you that are out there that are in public school systems, the department's really good about sending some really handy toolkits out to help with different areas. Toolkit for summer programs, toolkits for different things. The number one tool that we need to be sending back out into our public education system is time. If you add some instruction time back into the classroom, and not only does this not cost us anything to send this instruction time back, it actually will probably on the next contract save us and save the state money on not having to have so many tests. So think about that math calculation. Add instruction time, decrease cost. That alone, I think, is something to keep in mind. But I hope that helps.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's now go to Representative McKenzie. If you could ask a few questions. Chairman Sapicki, did you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, there is an amendment we do need to put on this bill that will clean things up and make some things more clear too. So I know we're getting up against it here, but we need to get this bill in the proper position to be considered.
Chairman Sapicki, is that Amendment 14492? No, excuse me. It is
015003.
Where is it?
And I'll be happy. It does
Okay.
It does not rewrite. It does make the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Members, Chairman Sapicki is referring to Amendment 15003, which does not rewrite the bill, but does clarify a few things in discussion. So you got a motion and a second on the amendment. Without objection, all those in favor of adding the amendment for proper discussion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. That has
Mr.
been.
Chair, that's supposed to be a roll call vote.
Already done. Okay, so 15003, we amended your bill correctly.
Would you like me to explain it, Mr. Chairman?
You may explain.
You might have an objection first here, sir.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
I told y'all.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, you created rules. You endorsed rules. You pushed these rules. If 3 members request a roll call vote at the beginning, that's what it should be. You can't say, oh, well, too bad. That's your rules. Breaking of these rules got people kicked off this body. Rules are rules for everybody, Mr. Chair.
Sir, we had a motion and amendment. I took that the body wanted to go ahead. I asked the question and we voted on it. I understand what you're saying.
No, that's not understanding. That's a rule, Mr. Chair. It's a rule.
Representative McKenzie, do we want to discuss the bill? We want to argue parliamentary procedure all night. Okay, I will ask the clerk if we have to go back and do a vote, but right now, till I get that answer, we can come back and do a roll call vote if that's permissible also. But right now, Chairman Sapicki, would you go ahead and explain? Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, are we doing roll call votes or are we doing voice votes on every vote? Because that's what we said in the beginning. I just need an answer from you. What are we doing?
That is what we said, but at this point, I did go ahead, stepped out of line. I'll take that fault. But we're trying to get the bill in order so we can have proper discussion about the bill.
I understand that, Mr. Chair. Just a response. I understand we're trying to get the bill in proper order, Mr. Chair, but there may be individuals that do not want to add the amendment.
Okay.
And they have a right to vote and be heard based on what we agreed on in the beginning, Mr. Chair. And I'm just trying to make sure that this hearing, this committee, and this bill does not become a circus as we've had in the previous years.
Yes, sir.
Just for context, I'd like to add that we had a similar issue happen in a different committee, and those on the prevailing side reconsidered their actions, and then we had a roll call vote. It was just last week.
Okay, members, I think we can just take a roll. Okay, here's what we do if a clerk comes in and says we're in error. Members, do you have any objection to withdrawing the last motion in the vote and having a roll call vote by each member? Any objection to that? Okay, we move to withdraw the last vote. We are now, Madam Clerk. Let's have a 1-minute recess.
Was he mad at Joe? Was he mad at Joe? I mean, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you we had to have a quick recess, make sure that everything. We have a motion on the floor to reconsider actions on that roll call vote because it was asked that we would have a voice vote on everything. Members, for those of you don't know where we are, we're on amendment number 4015003. This does not rewrite the bill, but as Chairman Sapicki mentioned, it does add clarity to some of the things we are talking about the bill. So Chairman Sapicki, would you explain the amendment and then we will have a roll call vote on this amendment? You recognize.
Thank you, members. Amendment 015003. It changes the name to the Education Freedom Act. It also addresses the homeschool issue. In a homeschool for which a parent is required to provide annual notice to the local director of schools prior to each year of the parent's intent to conduct a homeschool, that student would be ineligible. And in church-related, defined in Code 495801, with which the student's parent is associated, registered, or is participating as a parent teacher for the purposes of 496350A2 or A3, those would be also ineligible. There's a definition of a private school. It addresses the categories that the category 1 is considered pretty much already a public school, but category 2, 3, 4, and 5 and able to participate would have to be in existence for 3 years and receive their accreditation from the state. There is language in here, and I do apologize in the initial explanation. I left off about athletic transfers. There's language in here that syncs it up with TSSAA's code. If the private school a recipient attends for purposes of this part is a member of an association that regulates interscholastic athletics, then the recipient's eligibility to participate in interscholastic athletics at the private school must be determined in the same manner as eligibility for participation is determined for other students enrolled in other schools that are members of the association, and in accordance with the rules of the respective association, including but not limited to rules that limit the eligibility of students who transfer from one school to another. Participation in interscholastic athletics is a privilege, and this part does not confer athletic eligibility on a recipient or guarantee a recipient a right or opportunity to participate in interscholastic athletics at a private school. Basically, the gist of that is we're going to TSS rules that they already have in place will apply to a student that takes advantage of the scholarship and goes to a private school. There's language in here that reaffirms subject to appropriation of the General Assembly. It also, there's on page 4 of the amendment, it talks about in section 4 that these are not state employees. It is just the state increasing from 45% to 60% the allocation for insurance. Mr. Chairman, we have an expert in here named Haston that understands the testing part. And so there's that section in 4 that talks about the changes we're making to testing. If it's okay with the committee, I would like to go to Chairman Haston for him to explain that part of the amendment.
Okay, without objection, Chairman Haston, would you like to address?
Yeah, it's pretty brief. One of the things that we had heard back from the department was that having a math EOC there in 9th grade would be important to be able to see to capture some of that testing that was done in 8th grade at the TCAP. So we did add that, and then also just to increase our chances of getting students more reps at the with the ACT, which we have struggled to even get above the national average in the last 15 years to add the ACT as a sophomore, and that's the summary.
Thank you, Chairman Haston. Chairman Sapicki.
And then to continue on with the amendment on page 5, there's cleanup language to 4th grade. And so this is very important to listen to. A student in 4th grade who achieves a performance level rating of below or approaching on the ELA portion of the student's most recent TCAP test must be allowed to retake the ELA portion, which is the multiple choice portion of the TCAP test. If the student still achieves a performance level rating of below or approaching on the retake, then in order to be promoted to the next grade level, the student must attend a learning loss bridge camp before the beginning of the upcoming school year and maintain 90% attendance and be assigned a tutor in 5th grade, provide the student with tutoring services for the entirety of the upcoming school year based on tutoring requirements established by the department. And it further puts in there, a student must not be retained in 4th grade more than once. So in the original language, it was 4 through 8. We felt that it'd be better to amend this down to the 4th grade. Therefore, this would replace the portion of the 4th grade retention that has so much indigestion in it in the state. It goes on down in here that there is penalty for fraud or misrepresentation. This is new to the bill. A parent who knowingly provides false information on an eligible student's application in order to obtain a scholarship creates a Class A misdemeanor, and a third party with which the department has contracted to administer all or parts of the program that commits an act of fraud is defined in 3911-106 against the department concerning the program commits an offense. A violation of this subject is punishable as theft pursuant to 3914-105. And then the last part of it is I've talked about before, the different sections of the bill becoming implemented when those certain sections become eligible. Mr. Chairman, that is the amendment that makes the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Sapicki. Now, members, we are on the amendment. We're not on the full bill. If you have a question on the amendment, Representative Parks, I'm going to you first, then I will go to Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me 1 second. Reverend McKenzie, are you wanting to talk on the whole bill? Because I did tell you that you would come next. You want to talk on the whole bill? Okay. Okay. Representative Parson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, just a point of personal privilege. Thank you for clearing up the voting situation because we want to keep things in order. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
To Chairman Sapicki, I'm looking at the section that you just spoke about regarding TCAP and 4th grade promotion, and I'm having a hard time finding where the students that receive vouchers take the TCAP at the private school and the 4th grade retention information regarding the private school. Is that not in the amendment?
Chairman Sapicki.
Can you ask it again? Because that was.
I'm happy to ask it again.
Please.
So I'm looking at where you got language that changes, the TCAP testing and 4th grade promotions. But is this only for the public schools and not for the private schools, for those that receive vouchers in the bill?
Chairman Sapicki.
Yes, this section of code addresses 496311, which is public school. That the issue that we had at hand with the 3rd grade and the 4th grade retention, those students that are in public school are being treated differently, right? And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that they are able to, instead of being retained in 4th grade, that the current law in 49.6 talks about, that we're going to make a change to that, recognizing the comments that our districts have made in the retention part, and change that to where there is no more retention for our public school 4th graders. It is just going to be summer school for those that are below or approaching, and then tutoring the following year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Chairman Sapicki. And so I'm clear. Those that utilize the public dollars from vouchers would not be subject to testing, TCAP testing in the private schools. But if you are a student athlete, we're going to use the same rules that we use in public schools. So on one hand, if you're a student athlete, we're going to use public school rules for the private schools. But on the other hand, if you are a 4th grader facing possible retention, we're not going to use those rules when it comes to academics in the private schools. Am I correct in that assessment of this amendment?
Chairman Sapicki.
From what, from what I'm aware of from TSSAA, there are already laws in place from private back to public school ineligibility. All we're identifying is that a student could not supersede those rules from public to private that they would still be under the same guidelines of all the other students. I guess the contemplation was if we're creating something outside of the public school, that there could be a artificial incentive for private schools to recruit our public school athletes. So we wanted to make sure that we leveled that playing field back up so that therefore that they'll be treated the same as any other athlete.
Just last quick follow. What about the disincentive for the fourth grader that's not doing well on his TCAP? That would make a private school say no to him because he's falling short from proficiency.
Chairman Picky.
I don't understand your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me go to a couple more, then I'd like to come back to the amendment. Representative Ritchie? Okay, scratch. Representative McKenzie, you have a comment while we're on the amendment?
Yes, I do, and it's on a similar aspect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that is there is a difference, and I think you pointed that out, Chairman Speaker. We're in new territory here. What you're going to have, we talked about this in subcommittee. You now have a $7,000 carrot that a private school can use as a seventh grader when that kid is 6'2" and actually able to palm a basketball and or throw a football a long way away. They can incentivize that student to come in eighth grade and be ready for ninth grade football. We got a couple of superintendents there, so I challenge definitely Mr. Winstead and Alcor City Schools that the Rebels of Maryville and the Tornadoes of Alcoa, as well as Rutherford County, Oakdale and Riverdale, your guys are going to start getting picked apart because of this provision right here. So just watch out for it. It will happen. Thank you.
Chairman Speaker, you want to address that?
So, yes, a little bit. There are already private schools that offer scholarships to their students, athletes, to come over and play football or soccer or softball for them. So that quote unquote threat is already prevalent right now with our private schools, with the ability to offer scholarships to those student athletes that want to come over and play sports for fill in the blank private schools. So I don't think we're creating a new dynamic there. It's still there.
Thank you, Chairman Spicky. Okay, members, that was all I had on the list for that. There's been a question on the amendment called. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on amendment? Members, we're on amendment 15003, amendment 4, and this a yes vote, would you add it to the bill, and no vote would not. So, Madam Clerk.
Representative Baum? Baum votes yes. Representative Bolso? Baum votes yes. Representative Butler?
Yes.
Butler votes yes. Representative Sapicki?
Yes.
Sapicki votes yes. Representative Fritz? Fritz votes yes. Representative Gant? Gant votes yes. Representative Gillespie? Gillespie votes aye. Representative Haston? Haston votes yes. Representative Hurt? Hurt votes yes. Representative Lafferty? Lafferty votes yes. Representative Love? Love votes no. Representative McKenzie? McKenzie votes no. Representative Parkinson? Parkinson votes no. Representative Reagan? Reagan votes yes. Representative Ritchie? Ritchie votes yes. Representative Stevens? Stevens votes yes. Representative Warner? Warner votes no. Vice Chairman Slater? Slater votes yes. Chairman White?
Yes.
White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 15 ayes and 4 noes.
So the amendment passes on a yes vote. Now the bill is properly amended. Chairman Sapicki, anything at that point?
Answer your question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Members, we are down to 8 minutes. We had some guests that came in today at this point. Plus, we got 2 more amendments to discuss. Give me 1 second. I tell you what we're going to do, we got 8 minutes. Our guests that are from out of town, would anybody, Director Winstead, would you like to come up and address us during this time? Also, where's my notes? One second. Is Walter Blanks here? You come, I'm going to let you two speak right now. We're about to run out of time. If you want to come up and speak after Director Winstead, and then that may consume all of our time. Okay, without objection, we're out of session. Director Winstead, you're recognized.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman White and committee members. Mike Winstead, Director of Maryville City Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I remain opposed to this legislation. It does contain enticements that I would support as standalone legislation. It has some of the enticements I would oppose as if they were standalone legislation. Some of the things in this bill might be beneficial in the short term. However, the end goal for voucher proponents is what the governor stated a few months ago: universal vouchers with no caps on income or number of recipients. Anything short of that concept in the current legislation is just a step towards that goal. Public schools are not afraid of competition, but the playing field must be level. Private schools accepting vouchers should be required to accept all students and be held to the same level of accountability for student results. I was disappointed the proposed legislation does not require voucher students to take the state assessments. State testing is a requirement for the pilot ESA program operating in Memphis, Nashville, and Chattanooga. Typically, when an aspect of a pilot program is changed prior to full implementation, it's because it didn't work or it didn't work as planned. So I assume the testing requirement has been removed because the scores from the ESA students have not hit the mark. Some say that voucher expansion in Tennessee is inevitable. I'm not ready to accept that fate. I believe there's wisdom to wait and let the pendulum swing. We're going to see a ton of evidence coming from other states that have implemented universal voucher system. Evidence is going to quickly mount demonstrating that vouchers don't benefit children. Universal vouchers primarily serve children already in private school, and universal vouchers are a black hole for state budgets. Please consider these three likely outcomes and say no to this legislation. Let other states bear the burden of debt and proof. Please do not rob from all students, especially those who lack resources and advocates to provide a state-funded choice for a small number of students. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Winstead. And the clerk's office just gave me an extra 15 minutes in here, so we got until 3:45. So Mr. Robbie Starbuck, are you here? If you will also take a seat up, and then also Marianne. I'm sorry, I won't, Marianne, I'll let you pronounce your last name, so I won't butcher. You're also welcome to come up as long as we have time. As long as we have time. I will now go and recognize. We'll ask questions once you got a question. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, once we hear from these wonderful individuals that came to speak, two questions. Are we going to ask questions after everyone speaks? The second question is, once they finish speaking, is the intent to rush a vote, or are we coming back next week to hear the rest of the?
No, sir. We still have 2 more amendments. We will not rush a vote.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
What I like for all 4 of them, make sure we don't run out of time, say their piece, and then what time we have left, y'all can ask questions. So I'm going to go now and recognize Mr. Walter Blank. Sir, thank you for being here. If you will, for the AV record, state your name in the mic once you turn it on.
Yes. Can you guys hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Walter Blanks Jr. I'm a spokesperson for the American Federation for Children, and I'm also a member of the Beacon Impact Board. But above all of that, I'm about 2.5 weeks out from being a father to a young, beautiful boy. And so this particular issue is very, very personal for me. So I sit before you as someone who has personally experienced and benefited from a school choice program. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio, where I often say I was surrounded by poverty, crime, and low expectations. My family faced many challenges, including financial hardships that made it very, very difficult to put me in an educational environment that worked best for me. I'm also number 2 of 6 children, and both of my parents worked multiple jobs just to keep the lights on. And so finding an environment for me was extremely difficult, especially when there seemed to be no solution. My parents would show up at the school. I remember my mom sitting next to me in the classroom, making sure I behaved, and nothing seemed to work. And my mom had the final straw when one day a couple of kids jumped me and ripped my favorite Spider-Man shirt. And the principal told my mother, if you just give us 5 years, we'll have the middle school turned around and the high school turned around, and it would be a better place for Walter. And my mom said, in 5 years, Walter will either be in jail or in a body bag. And we don't have time for either of those things, which unfortunately was the reality in the community that I grew up in. And so because of school choice, I was able to leave that environment and found myself in a place where I began to love learning. My educational journey flourished, and it was something that I enjoyed every single day. And those who oppose school choice assume that if families are given the choice and the option, that they would choose something else. And if the only way to protect the system is to deny parents and families with the choice to go somewhere else, we don't just need to improve the system, we need to completely overhaul it. But students can't wait in the meantime, nor should they have to. At the end of the day, I want every single student in the state to have the same opportunity that I did to be in the best educational environment for them. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Blakes. Very much appreciate your comments. Marianne, would you pronounce your name for me? Make sure I just didn't want to pronounce it wrongly, and you're recognized.
I appreciate that. Abel Fazley.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. You're recognized.
Okay. Tennessee should be proud of its public schools. It should be proud of its teachers, its administrators, the paras, and the assistants, especially in the rural areas where there are drivers for a future economy. It should applaud them, increase their funding without a voucher sandwich, and not allow an outside plague to come in here and ruin the beautiful education and leaders that are created by our schools. Tennessee didn't ask for this. Now, I will look at claims that have been made by proponents of this program and ask that you consider the data. Vouchers have been around for a long time, and there are plenty of studies to look at. First claim, voucher programs offer an alternative to schools experiencing crime or poor performing schools. An average student at the 50th percentile in math achievement, around average, drops 5 percentage points in a voucher school at the 45th percentile. That's more than any drop from school crime, feeling unsafe, or teacher turnover, which drops you to the 49th percentile. Second claim, learning outcomes are better at private school. Private voucher schools provide an equivalent to 68 fewer days of schooling than they otherwise would have received had they remained in public school. And 61% in Florida, 61% of students in the voucher program leave the program after 2 years. Third, you are extremely proud of your surplus. No matter how you do the math, your spending will increase. Why follow the footsteps of Arizona and have a $900 million deficit in a matter of years? Fourth, you will decrease funding to public schools with this. We all know that schools get funding from attendance. If even one child leaves the classroom, that's a budget deficit that has to be covered because the teacher still has to teach and be paid regardless of that loss. Finally, possibly most importantly, private schools can discriminate. They can deny and can remove anyone they want. They do not provide schooling for children with disabilities and are highly selective about who can enter their schools. The civil rights protections that make public schools inclusive do not exist in private schools. Please vote no for HB 1183. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here and for your comments. Now I want to go to Mr. Robbie Starbuck. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep it brief in the interest of time. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to be here today and for all the hard work all of you do for the state of Tennessee. My name's Robbie Starbuck. I'm a Tennessean with 3 school-aged children and a longtime advocate for school choice. My wife and I are also the creators of the most watched documentary of the year, The War on Children, which has amassed over 50 million views since being released a month ago. I'm here today, though, as a parent who has homeschooled, had my kids in public school, and who currently uses private school, and as a voice for the many Tennessee parents who can't be here today, who support my work online and want to see school choice in our state. To be clear, my wife and I live in Williamson County, home to some of the best academically performing schools in Tennessee, yet we chose not to use the public system. Parents like me choose not to use the public system for a host of reasons, like the Satanist after-school program that was mentioned earlier in this hearing, which occurred at a public school. And we should never be forced to pay twice because the public system has failed our family in one way or another. If you have parents who aren't as fortunate, and you also have parents who are not as fortunate as our family, they're stuck in schools that have failed families and teachers for decades because bureaucrats are more concerned with defending an institution than they are with ensuring that children receive the best opportunities and that those kids, their families, and teachers self-actualize to their full potential. This legislation empowers parents to decide where and how their education tax dollars are used, and it prioritizes low-income families who need it the most before families like mine will get a chance to reclaim our tax dollars. Personally, I don't think this bill goes far enough, but that being said, I won't let perfect be the enemy of good, and what's being offered here will positively transform the lives of countless Tennesseans for decades to come. I urge the committee to stand with parents, students, and teachers who will reap the benefits of this legislation, end the monopoly on education in our state. Parents are counting on you. And with that, I ask you to please support school choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starbuck, and we appreciate that. Members, I was just informed we have this committee room until we finish. So if it takes to midnight, we're in here. We will keep discussing this bill. Does any member have does any member have a question, Representative Ritchie, of our guest? Just get on the list.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Winstead, and everybody else for being here and testifying. Dr. Winstead, you'd mentioned about the testing when we spoke on out of the stuff, and it was mentioned earlier by the sponsor that none of the districts are coming and asking for like a reduction in testing. I've had conversations with educators that have said, hey, less testing is going to be a good thing. Yeah. How do you kind of connect that?
I appreciate that question, Representative
Director
Ritchie.
Winstead, you're
I'm sorry,
recognized.
Chairman White. Yes, thank you. I think we have to walk a fine line there because I know some educators do want less testing. I think the second amendment that was added on by Representative Haston and Chairman Sapiki to at least have ninth grade EOCs. That's what concerns me most are the end of course tests. I like the saying, if you buy a farm, don't tear a fence down until you know why it was put there to begin with. I think we got to ask the question, why were the EOCs implemented? We started those high school tests in the mid-90s. I was teaching math, and we introduced the high school test to try to guarantee some consistency across the state in what's being taught in those key subjects like Algebra 1, Algebra 2, English 1, English 2. That's why we introduced them. Such an important part of our state standards. If you have state standards and you want teachers, you don't teach them, you want to hold them accountable for teaching those things, you control the final exam. And that's why we have end of course tests. And I think it has caused our achievement to be better. If you take away the end of course test and you go to a system that only looks at ACT, SAT, about 12 states do that. 5 of those states are the bottom of the bottom of the NAEP scale. I mean, that's West Virginia, Delaware, Arkansas, Alabama, and Oklahoma, who don't have end of course tests. They only have a national ACT or SAT assessment for their high school test. So I think we've got to be careful there. And then the other concern I have with the loss of EOCs is all the high school teachers become untested for evaluation purposes, right? And we hear that from teachers all the time about, well, hold me accountable for my results and my kids, and we try to get more tested teachers and have portfolios and the things we have. If you eliminate all EOCs, you'd have no tested teachers, no growth score in the high school. If you have the second amendment that was put on where you have ninth grade EOCs, then that becomes the evaluation score for every high school teacher 9 through 12, whether you have freshmen or not. So I think you got to be careful to think by taking away this testing, ACT scores will go up or NAEP scores will go up. I think it's just as likely they go down.
Thank you, Representative Ritchie. Do you have a follow-up or go to the next person? You recognize.
Thank you, Chairman. And as far as on the other states that you mentioned that have gone down, is there data? Where are you saying there's data that collaborates that back to where the less testing is showing that correlates over with where they're at?
I mean, the top 10 states in NAEP, all have tests at least equal to or more than what we have. And this is not even new for Tennessee. In the 80s, way before No Child Left Behind, we tested. In the 90s, we tested just as much as we do today. And in early 2000, we actually had more tests because we included chemistry, EOC, and English 3, and some others. So it's actually less today from the state TCAP program than it was even in the early 2000s. So this is nothing new, and it's not a new complaint from teachers. I know some superintendents, I think we can be smart about where we reduce testing. I'm not saying no reduction is needed. I think we could reduce this in some places. Just got to be careful that we maintain some consistency across the state and having these EOCs.
Thank you very much. Representative Parkinson, would you like to address our guests while we're out of session?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just want to say thank you to Director Winstead, one of the most respected education professionals in here. But I want to speak to the young brother, and I apologize. I missed your name when you said. Okay,
turn your mic on again, sir.
Sorry, Walter Blanks Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Blanks. I appreciate you being here, and I feel your passion for your position. However, it's always predictable to me that they are going to find someone that looks like me to speak on their behalf. And I'm not saying that to ridicule you. I just say that to be cautious. And
Representative Parkinson, I think that's a little bit out of line.
Am I able to respond,
I'll
Mr.
dial it
Chairman?
back. I'll dial it back. And let me apologize to you publicly. So maybe I was out of line. But let me ask you about this. There was an analysis found that was done in Ohio that states that 88% of the cities in the analysis, the public districts achieved better state testing results than those of the private schools with an address in the same city. A majority of the 8 largest urban districts, including Akron and Canton, were among those that outperformed privates. The state dedicated nearly $250 million in fiscal year 18 and 19 from the districts that included and this is one of the papers, the Inquirer's analysis. The funds paid for private school tuition through 2 voucher programs. Now, and the city that you came from in Ohio is included in this analysis that it performed worse than the public schools that you actually left and went into. How did
Mr. Blanks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to your first comment, I do find that extremely insulting that my story is simply only being highlighted because of the color of my skin. This was something that I lived. I watched my mom cry because she had no solutions for me. And I would appreciate if my story doesn't get reduced down because we may not agree to, oh, well, he's being used because of the color of his skin. And so when it comes to those analyses that you just spoke about, I'm not familiar with them. And I would love to be able to take a closer look at them. But families choose schools for a lot of different reasons aside academics. And so when it comes to those studies, to be honest, my mom didn't care about those studies or what was going on or all of these plans that the public school had. She wanted to know why her baby was coming home with a bloody nose and not reading on grade level. And I still know a lot of families in the Cleveland area, the Akron area, and Columbus, where I grew up, who want options, who want access, who want opportunity. And so when we're having these conversations, very rarely, and I've listened to all of these committee hearings on this particular issue, no one is talking about why families want an alternative to begin with. And it's super frustrating for me coming from that and seeing the impact that it's had on my life. I've been able to travel the country. I've been able to meet governors, work with legislators across the country to give every single kid in the country the same opportunity that I did. And I believe in this. Is it perfect? No. But I do believe it's a right step in the right direction. And in the meantime, kids can't wait. Kids can't wait.
Giving you one follow-up, then I'm moving on to Representative Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, my question to you is, though, are you advocating publicly that we take children from higher performing schools and put them in lower performing schools or schools that will provide lower outcomes to them than the schools that they came out of? And that's my last question.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
You recognize Mr. Blanks.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. I'm advocating for a parent to be in the driver's seat of their child's education. If the school is working, a parent is not going to pull their child from it. And so at the end of the day, with all due respect, no one on this committee, even myself, knows what's best for another parent's child. And I believe that parents should be in the driver's seat regardless of what's going on.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Chairman Sapicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for everybody come to testify today. Mr. Winstead, looking at your TCAP scores right now, your district that you have is some of the best in the state of Tennessee. Congratulations to that. Your third grade literacy rate is 67.5%. That's outstanding. But I would probably, knowing you a little bit, that's still not acceptable to you.
No.
Okay. I would assume that your eighth grade drops to 57.9, which is not acceptable to you either. And your ninth grade, your 9th through 12th, drops to 55% in one of the best performing districts in the state, sir. Can you explain that? What the drop-off is? Because we're trying to figure out, by creating all these other opportunities for your teachers, and I want you to address this, because there's a lot of things in this bill that I think you would agree would benefit your district. Because I think you said if you separate them out.
That's
right?
right, no doubt, yes.
Are there things in this bill as a whole, because I got to consider the whole, that you believe could help address some of those trends to where you might get up at the third grade 75, 80% and really set the bar and the standard in the state of Tennessee?
Director Winstead.
I'm not sure I see anything in the bill. I mean, there's some things in there. Certainly the $75 per kid for facilities, more money for teacher insurance. Those things are beneficial, and we would put them to good use. But as far as directly impacting those test scores, no. I mean, we're going to impact those as we always do. We focus in on where we dig into our data, find the needs, work with the teachers involved, and we address it that way. And it's hard work. And our teachers teach the standards like their hair's on fire. I think that's what we do. They have a ton of flexibility in how they teach, but they're state employees. They teach the state curriculum. That's what they're paid to do, and they do it as well as anybody I've ever seen, and certainly anyone in the state. And so, I mean, I don't see anything in here that's a magic pill that's going to change the test scores in Maryville, for instance, or anywhere else.
Chairman Speaker, you want to follow up?
And one follow-up is if your teachers in third grade, under the current law we have, with all the testing and all the time that my chairman behind me is going to probably go into, with the time that they have to teach right now, your teachers have been able to get the kids to 67.5%. I'm going to be careful how I ask this. I don't want to put words in your mouth here. Is it your testimony today that if your teachers get more time to teach the standards that are required of them, your scores aren't going to go up?
You know, I've looked at the chart.
Director Winstead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman White. I've seen, I think the Representative Hastings provided that breakdown to TOS, and it was shared with the TOS board. And I've looked at that. I think a lot of that time building there was under the categorized as test prep. That's not something we practice. That's not something I believe in. Testing and assessment should be an integral part of instruction. It's just what you do. As I taught high school math, I never paused and said, "I'm never going to prepare for this EOC." That's a bad practice. It's a bad response to the state testing that's required. You teach, you have your RTI benchmark test, you use that data, it informs instruction. Even without that state test, we're still going to have some sort of assessment to know what kids know and what they don't know. And so you can adjust and reteach and differentiate. So those practices, I don't see instruction and then assessment and then instruction and assessment until you get to that summative test. And that takes a few days. And we're not talking in grades 3 through 8 about a great reduction in that amount of testing. We're always going to test English and math because it's required by ESSA. We're going to continue to test science a few grades. We're going to continue to test social studies. And so if I'm the English or math teacher, which is kind of our key subjects, they're really not seeing a big reduction in the testing. And those are separate teachers. In grades 4 through 8 in our district, English and math are standalone teachers. That's all they teach. And so their day looks about the same. But we use the assessment data to inform instruction, not as a hindrance or an obstacle or whatever, or time crunch, taking away time for instruction. It's just part of what we do in good instruction and good classroom teaching.
And I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. One more.
Just to clarify, currently third grade is ELA, math, science, and social studies.
And not social studies.
ELA, math, and science.
That's right.
If we don't test science, there's no prep for your teachers. There's no test for those kids, which will free up time because there's no physical test.
The one day, yes.
So more time in your classroom for your position is more time in your classrooms to teach would not yield better results. And if you say no, I'm going to ask you for your data. So that's
Director.
all. And you don't have, I'll leave it alone.
That's right. Okay.
Director Winstead, you're recognized.
Oh, I don't think I had to reply, but I do think this. I mean, we're still going to teach the science standards, Representative Sapiki. So that's one day in April where we don't give science part A, part B. I mean, that's a day we can gain back, but we're still going to have the other 175, 80 days of the year. We're still responsible as state employees to teach the science standards. So I wouldn't say it's going to be a significant impact on third grade, fourth grade. I think the bigger impact is the high school EOCs. And I don't know if that impact is good or bad.
Thank you. Representative Warner, you have a question for our guest?
And my question is for Mr. Robbie Starbucks, and thank you for being here today. I think you and I align politically a whole lot more than maybe what's being shown here today. My concerns with this bill, and for all the keyboard cowboys out there, I am for school choice. I'm from open enrollment, but what I'm not for is the government paying for it and expanding government. A couple questions for you here. In Arizona, a private school opened called the Queer Blended Learning Center that will be taught with a special consideration toward LGBTQ topics and will be eligible for school scholarships there. Would you support that here in Tennessee? Tax dollars going to teach that kind of stuff here in Tennessee?
Thank you so much for the question. Oh,
you're recognized, Mr. Starbucks.
Thank you for the question, Representative Warner. Here's what I would say. Right now in our public schools in Tennessee, you've got all kinds of sexualized curriculums happening. You've even got flags that are championing sexual preferences of the teachers in many cases. We've found books with pornography, all types of insane sexualization. So the question presupposes that our other option would be a school where there's not that sexualization, and that's just not the case. The public schools have this problem. So my belief is we trust parents and we say, parents, you know what's best for your child. And the vast majority of parents are going to get their kids away from that sexualization. They're not going to run towards it because any good person knows that, that's something that's not beneficial to a child. Now, however, if you're talking about any type of program built around sexual topics and things like that, I would think that the state could step in at some point if it's abusive.
Thank you. Just a reminder, you can hold a sign, but you can't hold it and block the person behind you, so keep it in front of your own face. You want to follow up, Representative Warner?
Yeah, yes, I do. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, these schools, these private schools, I mean, they're going to come into Tennessee. Once we open up this new pot of money, they're going to fall out in here, all different types, whether we believe in them or whether they share our values or whose values. They're going to fall in here and they're going to take taxpayers' money. And these kids are not going to get the education. We've already said that we don't want to put oversight. We've already set the precedents in this state that we don't hold our private schools to the same as our public schools. So, that's my concern with setting this whole new pot of money aside and putting the burden on taxpayers of this state is that, it's not going to be accountable as what it could be. There may be rules changed down the road as administrations change, but to think everybody's voting against this bill is against school choice is totally wrong. But thank you for being here today.
Would you like to comment on that before I go? Yes, sir, Mr. Starbucks.
So, sir, what I would say is, I trust parents are not going to put their kids into schools that are failing. And so if some crackpot comes here and opens a school years down the line, I trust that parents aren't going to send their kids to a school where they're not seeing good results. Parents, if you go around, who do we love more than anything and care about more than anything? Our kids, and we know what's best for them. My kids, they don't belong in the public system here. There's too many problems and ideologies that our family does not align with. And I don't want my kids exposed to it on a regular basis, like that Satanist program that Representative Parkinson mentioned earlier. If I lived in that area, that would be my only option, is to go to that school, and I'm lucky. My kids can go to a private school, but not everybody's that lucky. And so someone like me, I pay in more taxes than I would ever get out of this program. And I want parents empowered to make the right choice, because no matter what, that money's earmarked to their child. So it's earmarked to them going to a public school that may be failing, or it's earmarked to say, we trust you, parents, you decide what's best for your kid.
Okay, you're on the list. Chairman Warner, Representative Warner, you have a follow-up. Now I'm going to go to Chairman Hurt.
I just want to thank Mr. Starbucks for being here today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I kind of wanted to back up and go to Director Winstead and refer to the data that was provided a little bit ago. Do you have the ability, maybe kind of a facetious question, but do you have the ability to compare your scores with the same scores to students from private schools?
We do not.
So we can't compare to where I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
So we don't have the ability, obviously, to compare where students at a private school may be taking those same rigorous tests that your data is being thrown out for. Is that accurate?
Director Winstead.
Currently, category 1, 2, and 5 private schools have to test those, and that's a smaller number of kids. Category 3 and 4, which is where 60 or 70% of private schools students currently attend, they do not have to provide, or they're not required to do state testing, or they're not required to do standardized testing, not any testing. Yeah.
Representative Hurt.
Thank you. This will be my last one, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to wind it up. So, and I feel confident in saying that any school in my district would take their top 30 or so % of their students' ACT scores or achievement and put against any private school in the state. Is it safe to say that you would feel the same taking those top? Because we know privates don't have the bottom 60 to 65% that students in public schools are achieving, and they are taking advantage of opportunities they have. So I just want to know if that would be a fair statement.
You recognize?
Absolutely. I would go way more than 30% in my district, Representative Hurt.
Reverend McKenzie, you have a comment to our guest? Question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Winstead, for coming. I've known you when you were a teacher in Knox County. Great teacher and an even better administrator. And thank you for getting the truth out here. That's what I really appreciate, professionals coming in and talking to us. We get our colleagues sometime, and they're listening to people, but I appreciate you talking about the testing. You basically boiled it down to one day of a test as it relates to science. And honestly, that test means something. So that test is a day of learning as well. So thank you for that. We're getting inundated with too much testing. Those tests have values. I remember Pat Summitt, God rest her soul, did a big advertise, with truth in advertising. Our schools are not telling us the truth as far as value add and all these things. So we changed, and we held our teachers accountable. And these are measures that's going to deteriorate that. So thank you for putting that truth out there. I have two questions. One comment for a question for Mr. Blanks and one for Mr. Starbucks. And so I'll ask them together and let you all respond. I don't know, you may not know because you were a student, what your mom had to go through, but as it relates to this particular program, I want just to make you aware of, to get to a good school in Nashville, a good school in Knoxville, $125 application fee that is on the front end. She would have to pay the $125 to apply. And then the tuition, Nashville schools $33,000, Knoxville schools $28,000. We get $7,000, so $21,000 and $26,000 would have been on your mother to have to pay that. How would she have done that? That's the question for you. And the question for you, Mr. Starbucks, is you talk about indoctrination and LGBT and all these other bad things that could happen. You do know we passed pretty bad, let's say, but we passed that to prevent that in public schools. We just did that. It's going to go into place in July or in January. But be clear, in private schools, you have no say of what's in their library. You talk about these great performing schools. You can't do anything about their library or what coffee mug they have or what flag these great private schools that you can afford to, like I can afford to send my children. So again, that you're talking about it like somehow it's a bad thing for public school libraries to have these pornographic, horrific things. But I guarantee you, every private school has that and more. So those are my questions to you. How do you, for yours, how do you compare those two? And for you, how do you deal with that income discrepancy?
Okay, let's go to Mr. Blanks first. You had the first question. You recognize.
Thank you for the question, Representative McKenzie. Well, my wife and we have been already starting that process of figuring out what schools we want to send our son to. And we've done a lot of research, and there are options out there. There are some schools that we know that have a sliding scale for tuition. There are some schools that are nowhere near close to the amount that you've referenced. And so there are options out there. And once again, this isn't a perfect solution. It's not perfect legislation. But once again, for my mother, like you brought up, it was either figure out something else or keep me in that school. And so there were scholarship opportunities. I actually had to work at the school for quite some time to kind of cover some of the differences. The school was willing to kind of work with us in that regard. But I believe that there are options, and I know that there are options because my wife and I, like I said, have started that process. And so, and maybe those schools need to be highlighted more and discussed more within these communities to let families know that, you know, it's not as extreme on either side, and that there are viable options with this program.
Mr. Starbucks, you recognize.
Thank you. I appreciate Representative Bolso's bill to remove those flags from the public schools. However, that's not the entire problem in my view as a parent. But here's the thing, this bill's not about my views as a parent. In fact, I think the question presupposes that I would like to indoctrinate Tennessee's children with my ideology that I want around my children. And that's just not the case. I think every parent can choose what's best for their kids to reinforce their home values. The problem with public schools is it is locking in a generation of children to one ideology. So unlike the left, I'm not searching to indoctrinate other people's kids. Yeah, I'm not searching to indoctrinate other people's kids. I'm saying let parents choose. If you're on the left and you want your kid going to a school that is, you know, very oriented in a direction that I don't agree with, that's your choice.
Okay, let's now go. We're moving on. We were on Reps McKenzie. Did you finish with your question? Okay. Let's now go to Chairman Haston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clean up a few things. There was, I think, some pretty misleading information earlier regarding like the projections of where, you know, if we increase instruction time and reduce testing, we could see our test scores go down. I did want to just get some facts out there on some of the NAEP scores. This goes back to 2007. This is the state's rank in NAEP scores starting in 2007. 39th, 33rd, 38th, 33rd, 41st, 41st, 31st, 34th, 36th, 30th, 34th, 38th, 35th, 35th. That's in reading. Math is very similar. So the process that we're going through right now hasn't been working. All right. If you look at the, you know, since 2010, our ACT score has been every year -1 below the nation's average. I think that being able to add ACT scores, have an ACT test your sophomore year and junior, and offering a retake, you can still get growth at the high school level from that. You know, I've heard it also stated that, hey, the ACT doesn't line up with Tennessee standards. I'll be glad to send the committee about a 300-page document that does a crosswalk of ACT matching the Tennessee standards. So that is also an incorrect statement. The other thing I'll say is that it was mentioned earlier about how, you know, states that do this with just ACT or SAT are at the bottom of the list. U.S. News World Report, 8 of the top 20 public high schools ranked by state 8 of the top 20 only had ACT or SAT in their schools in the high school level. They did not have any state mandated tests at the high school level. The last thing I'll just say is it said, hey, all of this testing boils down to 1 day. That is incorrect. Okay. I had from Andrea Garrison, this is a assistant principal in my district. She met with her teachers and they went through for about an hour outlining what they did in preparation for a TCAP. This is what they came back with. This is our best estimate. This is her email. 10 question test, construction, administration of the test every 2 weeks, approximately 45 minutes, total 16 class periods. 9 weeks, test construction and administration, 45 minutes, total 4 class periods. Mastery Connect benchmarks 3 times per year, 90 minutes, total 6 class periods. Complete for the year, approximately 26 class periods. Same as missing 26 days of instruction. So I just want to make sure that the committee knows that it's nice to have an opinion in front of you. This is also opinions coming from principals and from teachers that also know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Representative Love, Representative Warner, did you have a question? Do you use your mic?
Just a point of clarification, and being we've got extra time, I have a member from the Williamson County School Board that was denied a chance to speak. Can he speak?
When we got the request to speak, we have those who are got 2 that are pro, 2 that are opposed. We're having a discussion around that, and we're on a time thing also. So we're going to stick with what we have on schedule right now. Okay, let's go to Representative Love.
One quick question, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for interrupting you, but if we're just going to give him 2 minutes, I don't think 2 minutes is going to kill anybody, being we've gone this long, sir.
Well, then we also have other people that we got a whole audience out here, but we're going anyway. I got your request, Representative Love.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was going to yield some time if he's got his member wants to speak.
Let's go ahead and ask your question,
Okay.
sir.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. If I'm correct, TISA is just going to be implemented fully this year. Because last year when we passed it, it was the ramp up, and this year it's being fully implemented. You were making plans to fully comply with TISA and have your schools in great order going at. To what degree would this particular program, if passed, upend all your plans that you were getting ready for to make your school system wonderful and great and have students have their best experience this year?
Recognized, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the question. I think, I take a long-term outlook on this. And, I think I just want to clarify. I mean, I'm at Maryville City School now. My background, I attended schools in public schools in Jefferson County, Cott County, Claiborne County, and Hawkins County is where I graduated from, and then taught in Knox County for 13 years, and there I saw everything, all academic levels. And so I don't come at this with a narrow view of a certain type of community that I'm in now. I certainly understand the whole gauntlet of what we're facing out there, from the rural, the urban, the suburban, and certainly districts going to be impacted at different rates, depending on the availability of private schools. I certainly appreciate the amendment to take out the homeschool piece. That's probably the most concerning. We can compete against private schools. It's hard to compete against giving a parent $7,000 to go home. Not all of them would do that for the right reasons, and that's a fear that we would certainly every community would face heartache trying to compete against that. So I think short term, the impact's going to be minimal in Maryville. I think it's more the long term outlook. This is, to me, it's a bitter pill. Vouchers are a bitter pill. Maybe some would say a poison pill. And you can coat that with a lot of good things and make it go down a little easier. But in the end, we're being asked to ingest a poison pill. I think vouchers are the great destabilizer and will be the straw that breaks the camel's back in some of our rural districts when it comes to finances down the road. So I think everybody sees what's happening in Arizona and Florida, Iowa and Arizona and Arkansas. And maybe this, the urgency of getting this push is because if more evidence mounts of what's happening in those 4 districts, we're all going to take a look and maybe be happy that we didn't jump off that ledge if we can hold out and not jump off that ledge.
Representative
you,
Love,
sir.
you have a follow-up?
No, sir, that was enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Chairman Slater.
Motion to go back into session.
Okay, the motion to go back in session is before us. Do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to have a roll call. Madam Clerk, there's a motion before us. That will be next. We're on the current guest right now. We have a motion before us to go back in session. There's been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if the vote members, if you say yes, we're back in session, and no, to keep this going. So, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Representative Baum? Yes. Baum votes yes. Representative Bolso? Bolso votes yes. Representative Butler? Yes. Butler votes yes. Representative Sapicki? Sapicki votes yes. Representative Fritz? Fritz votes yes. Representative Gant? Gant votes yes. Representative Gillespie? Gillespie votes yes. Representative Haston? Representative Hurt? Hurt votes yes. Representative Lafferty? Lafferty votes yes. Representative Love? Love votes no. Representative McKenzie? McKenzie votes no. Representative Parkinson? Parkinson votes no. Representative Reagan? Reagan votes yes. Representative Ritchie? Ritchie votes yes. Representative Stevens? Stevens votes yes. Representative Warner? Warner votes yes. Vice Chairman Slater? Slater votes yes. Representative White, or
Yes.
Chairman White?
Yes.
Sorry. Perfect. Mr. Chairman, you have 15 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you. The ayes have it. We're now back in session. I want to give an extreme thanks to our guests for being here. Appreciate you sharing that information with us. Members, we are now back. I'm going to recognize Chairman Sapicki, and then we are back on basically amendment number 5. But go ahead, Chairman Sapicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have two members, sorry. We have 2 amendments to dispose of in this committee. So we need to take those up, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So that is where we are in the process. We continue discussion as we go through these. Members, we're now on amendment number 5 by Representative Ritchie. It's 14858. Representative Ritchie, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. And committee, what this amendment does is it goes through and it clarifies some information. A couple of the pieces had been touched with.
Do I have a motion in a second?
Motion.
You do? Okay, continue.
So the first 32 pages, and I can go through page by page, but what the first 32 pages does in Cliff Note form is it will end up putting our categories of our schools into, it would codify it, put it into TCA law. Currently, right now, we have 5 different categories. We've got category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have a 6, which is our independent homeschools. So we technically have 6. It's just 1 through 5, and then independent homeschool. What this does is it puts our independent homeschoolers in category 8. Our category 4 church-related schools that are operating as your traditional private school would remain category 4, and then the homeschool students that are being educated at the house would be category 6. Under category 2 schools currently, we have students that are taught in the traditional private school in brick and mortar setting, and then we have our homebound students inside of category 2. Those homebound students would be split out and put into category 7. This does a lot for not only this legislation, but a lot of legislation that we end up hearing up here. From a clarity and a simplicity standpoint, going forward, we would have category 1, which would be our public school, categories 2, 3, 4, and 5, which would be our private schools, and then category 6, 7, and 8, which would be our homeschools. So that is the first 32 pages. Then as we end up getting in, there's some clarifying language that where we removed some portions in section 49.6.3502, where it says public school means a public charter school. Under the current bill, it says is operated with public funds. Just from a clarity standpoint on that, we removed that particular section. The next big change would end up being under 49.6 3505A in section 1, where it talks about the prioritization of awards, it eliminates the first priority that is in the current bill and the third priority. So what this ends up doing is it leaves 2 priority classes in here. It leaves the second one. So all the conversations that the governor's office and team came over and had with me and that I had conversations with was we wanted to have a particular income cap of 300. Inside of the current bill, it's 400% of the house or the poverty level is number 2. It would eliminate number 1 and number 3, just making that category 2 as the new 1. And then any scholarships that are left over after that income threshold would then end up being open universal. So it clarifies that right there, but it puts it more in line with what the conversation over the last 4 months has been. That encompasses about 93% of Tennesseans across the board by putting this in here. And when I spoke with the governor, that's what he said he would like is for what he had been sharing to actually be in the bill. So that's why I eliminated number 1 and number 3 out of the current bill. When we go into the next section, 49.6, 3506, A and B, in the current bill, it states on page, I believe it's page 6 or page 8. It says the department shall report on the efficacy of the program for the respective reporting years, including but not limited to. So it opens that up. I had a lot of calls and concerns from constituents and other groups that called up and said, hey, with this verbiage in here, but not limited to, it's not specific on what this is actually going to be getting reported. So we clarified, we removed the but not limited to in there and put specifically what's going to be getting reported. The second part of that under B right there, it says the department shall contract with a third party for the third party to collect the data required. We just had a bill on the House floor that colleagues sitting on the other end ran about 3 weeks ago when it came to third party data at the university levels. And that was the first thing that popped into my mind. So we put inside of this right here that those third party departments are not able to share, disclose, or sell the information that is provided through these surveys that are done. So that's another component that put in here. Promulgation of rules under 49.6, 3508, just for clarity, put on there that once those rules come back from Department of Ed, that it would end up needing to go through government ops, even though that's the normal practice. We just put that in black and white on here because I had a lot of calls on that. Next section is where we end up getting into removing section 34. I know that initially on the First Amendment that was introduced in K-12, it said 4th through 8th. I know the heartburn that our parents and our schools had all the way across the state on our 3rd grade retention, and then having the mandatory summer studies and tutor programs. From that, the data that came in, if we're looking at what's going to be overall best for our public schools at the end of the day, and that's how this bill is being positioned and shared with us, the data and information that we have received from our schools point that the earlier that we could end up retaining a student, the better. I sat down with our director, and one of the things that he had shared along with other superintendents and that we heard last year is if we could do something in kindergarten or 1st grade, that would be better. So I eliminated section 34. And then when we get into the next part, there would be a retention component for kindergarten. It would eliminate our 3rd grade retention that we had all these conversations on last year, and it would put a kindergarten retention in here because we have a defined early learning standard for kindergarten currently to begin with. So this just gets us in line with what we heard it from concerns last year that were said, oh, we can't do that. Well, we're doing a whole bunch right now with this particular bill. So I think that this is the best time to go ahead and make our public schools even better. The next portion is clarifying on the recipients of the program, making sure that it's in black and white on here. I know that it follows back up, but it was a question that was asked earlier. A nationally recognized assessment, anybody that's receiving the scholarships would just have to test based off of one of our nationally recognized, based off of their same peer group in public schools. That's in the bill. This is just putting some clarity language along with that. And then the last portion of this amendment was something that I had conversation with director of schools as well on. And when we end up looking at the teacher evaluations, the concern that comes in with moving that from every year to every other year or every third year is whenever we have a brand new teacher or principal. So if we have a brand new teacher or principal, those individuals need to be sitting down for the first 5 years doing those evaluations. And then after that 5th year, they can then start going to every other year or every third year. So that is what this amendment does. Spent a lot of time, wish we could have got it out earlier. I sat down with legal on Thursday. I had 24 hours to review the past bill, so hopefully everybody was able to dig into this. It touches a lot of the concerns that we've all heard, a lot of the concerns that have been brought up today, and I would ask for adoption. I stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Ritchie. I'm going to go back to Chairman Sapicki. Before we go to any other members, would you like to address this amendment?
I would, I'm sorry. Yes. First of all, the first part of this bill is extremely problematic as it has trying to codify State Board of Education rule that periodically changes based off of updates or conversations they have that is currently in our public school system. And so if you adopt this amendment, you are tying the hands of the State Board of Education and their ability to have flexibility in our districts and our classrooms. So that'd be the first reason why I would urge you to vote against this bill. The second part of it is expanding out these different categories of these schools. We have already addressed this in our language in our amendment to perfectly clarify about homeschoolers. I think if we expand this out, we muddy the water so much that districts, that homeschoolers don't understand where they fall. And I think it makes things extremely more complicated. And that's the first 32 pages that I received yesterday. The 400%, you are potentially putting those students that are already under the ESA program at a disadvantage because in the language we have already committed to those students that they are going to be honored. By not putting them first, you run the risk of them being taken the place of by somebody else that hasn't even been in the program, and therefore we are not obligating ourselves to the commitment we made to those students. The part about the reporting, there might be something there. And I'm sure that Chairman Reagan, when it comes to GovOps, if it passes this committee, I'm sure Chairman Reagan and GovOps is going to have some say about putting some restrictions on the data reporting, putting restrictions on what data we can correct. And I think that's something that we probably need to look at when it goes to GovOps because rules and rule promulgation comes under Chairman Reagan's committee and his purview. I think the data speaks for itself on third grade retention. By implementing that law, we have the highest third grade test scores in the state of Tennessee in over a decade. And pulling back away from that right now, I think that would be problematic. Now, you saw in the amendment that we put on the bill, I believe we've addressed the issues in fourth grade moving forward, that there'll be no more retention in fourth grade, but summer school and tutoring for our most at-risk students. And from speaking to teachers and districts across the state, they believe that with those interventions plus third grade, plus the funding we've had in first, second, and grade on summer school and tutoring, that they are giving us the confidence that they will get these students on grade level. There are some decent things for GovOps to consider, and I'm sure that I and others will carry this document to Chairman Reagan's office and discuss putting a little bit more tweaks on this, not disturbing, as I promised to my friend from Haywood County, that we would try to maintain this bill being intact. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we lay this on the desk.
I'm sorry.
I don't get to reply.
Okay, there's a motion before us and was a second. The motion was made by Chairman Sapicki to lay the amendment 14858 on the desk. You, as with that was before us, then you can respond and then we will go back to the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. And I understand the reluctancy that the sponsor has with a 36-page bill and only having 25 hours to review it. I didn't get to sit down for 3 months working on a 39-page bill myself. I sat down all night Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, went to my superintendents on Friday, met with them, drove back to Nashville, met with legal on Friday. I didn't get this bill back until Tuesday. So the short notice that you got was not from a lack of working on it or trying. This is addressing a lot of concerns. I've held 8 town halls across over in East Tennessee, listening to the concerns of our citizens, what they want, what they would like to see, what they don't want to see. I like a lot of the stuff that's inside of this bill, the school choice option, a lot of the stuff that has to do with the public schools, but there are some real serious concerns. We passed out a 39-page bill out of K-12 because we were in such a rush to get it into this committee, and now we've got a 6-page bill to fix that. So everybody that voted in favor of that flawed bill should be ashamed of themselves, in my opinion. And this just goes further to fix some of the issues and concerns that myself and others have found. And I would ask to not lay this on the table. Let's adopt this information in there and move forward with a better formatted and postured bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have the motion before us. Before I go to the clerk, Chairman Reagan, your name was mentioned a while ago, and this bill will be double referred. I'm talking, 1 second. This bill will be double referred to GovOps. And so I'm going to recognize you for any comments that your name was mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The propositions that were put forward are true. When it comes to the Government Operations Committee, we are zeroed in on the rules and rulemaking process, and we do, as a generality, scrub everything very hard. And I can say truthfully, that committee is one of the hardest working committees in the legislature. Every member, of course, is invited to make inputs to us. That said, we do not go beyond the charter of the bill when it comes before us. We can add amendments, but they can't change the basic character. So with that said, sir, I'm glad to have had the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. First of all, Representative Warner had a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I thought when we moved to lay it on the table, that cut off all debate except the sponsor.
It's true. Okay. What, we have another point of order, then we'll go back to the vote.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. If folks' names are being called, are they able to speak or are they not able to speak? Because you heard my name being called twice up here by the witnesses and you've refused to come back to me. But as soon as our colleague's name was called, you went directly to him. Which one are we doing?
The chairman has the right when if I feel someone's name is called, this bill will go to government ops, and I think he has a comment that would be beneficial for the whole committee to understand where we're moving on this particular amendment.
Mr. Chair, just a follow-up response to you. So in essence, my comments were not beneficial to the committee. My comments that were never ever made. So no one heard them. So we don't know if they were beneficial to the committee or not. But it's the rules, the inconsistency in how you're running the committee that's giving me heartburn, and some of the other members too. You know, if it's going to be, somebody's name is called, they're getting recognized. It should be for everyone on the committee, not just the ones that you feel like deserve to speak at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Representative Parkinson, I think I have been very fair and given you plenty of time to speak on a lot of things. So at the discretion of the chair, if there's something that comes up where I think someone can add to that particular point. Okay, now the motion has been, and we've been seconded to lay this on the table. If you have, before I go to the clerk, if you vote yes, the amendment is laid on the table. If you vote no, it is not. So Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Representative Baum. Baum votes yes. Representative Bolso. Bolso votes yes. Representative Butler. Butler votes yes. Representative Sapicki. Sapicki votes yes. Representative Fritz. Fritz votes yes. Representative Gant. Gant votes yes. Representative Gillespie? Gillespie votes yes. Representative Haston? Haston votes yes. Representative Hurt? Hurt votes yes. Representative Lafferty? Lafferty votes yes. Representative Love? Love votes no. Representative McKenzie? McKenzie votes no. Representative Parkinson? Parkinson votes no. Representative Reagan? Reagan votes yes. Representative Ritchie? Ritchie votes no. Representative Stevens? Stevens votes yes. Representative Warner? Warner votes no. Vice Chairman Slater? Slater votes yes. Chairman White? Chairman White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 14 ayes and 5 noes.
Table. Okay, members, that now brings us to back around to amendment number, I believe I'm correct, amendment number 3, legal, correct me. Amendment number 15013 by Representative Warner. Sir, you are recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this amendment,
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Okay, a motion second. You're recognized.
Again, this amendment is about Tennessee taxpayer protection. If the intent of this program is to only provide funding to U.S. citizens, this amendment will guarantee that. Page 2, Section 1, the definition of eligible and parent is defined as a U.S. citizen. If that requirement or any other part of this bill is struck down in court without this amendment, the program will continue. If a judge rules that any child in Tennessee can access this program and strikes down a citizenship requirement, then the whole program goes with it. With this amendment, the whole program goes down if that were to happen. Again, members, if you choose to vote against this amendment, you're saying it's okay to give Tennessee taxpayers money to illegal immigrants. When you vote against this amendment, that's what you're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Sapicki. You may address.
Members, that's the furthest thing from the truth that amendment could be. It's striking down the severability clause, which puts the rest of the bill in jeopardy. Now, I would think that most of us and some members have made the case that if the school choice portion wasn't part of this, they'd be all for this bill 100%, those who want to vote no on it. Okay? If you put this amendment on there and you strike out the severability clause and the court enjoins something and deems it unconstitutional, then the whole bill goes away. All of those things for our public schools go away. And for that reason, I cannot support this amendment. I make a motion to lay this on the desk.
We have a motion to lay it on the desk. Do I have a second? We have a second. The motion's been made, and that does cut it off. So your vote, a yes, will be to lay it on the table. Point of order. That's right. You're correct. Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I disagree with Representative Sapicki. This is his bill, leadership's bill, the governor's bill. But at the end of the day, folks, we know what's going to happen to this bill. The House and the Senate is never going to agree on this 39-page master growth of government. They're never going to agree on it. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. What's going to happen is this is going to go to a conference committee at the end of the session and to a backroom deal that we will get 1 hour, more than likely, on the House floor to discuss. I ask you to support the amendment again. It ensures that taxpayers of Tennessee dollars do not go to illegal immigrants. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We have a motion and a second before us to lay this on the table. We are on amendment 15013. A yes vote is laid on the table. A no vote is not laid on the table. Madam Clerk.
Representative Baum. Baum votes yes. Representative Bolso. Bolso votes yes. Representative Butler. Butler votes yes. Representative Sapicki. Sapicki votes yes. Representative Fritz. Fritz votes no. Representative Gant. Gant votes yes. Representative Gillespie. Gillespie votes yes. Representative Haston. Haston votes yes. Representative Hurt. Hurt votes yes. Representative Lafferty. Lafferty votes yes. Representative Love. Love votes no. Representative McKenzie. McKenzie votes no. Representative Parkinson. Parkinson votes no. Representative Reagan. Reagan votes yes. Representative Ritchie. Ritchie votes no. Representative Stevens. Stevens votes yes. Representative Warner. Warner votes no. Vice Chairman Slater. Slater votes yes. Chairman White.
Aye.
Chairman White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 13 ayes and 6 noes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Amendment number 15013 is laid on the desk. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, we're now back.
Mr. Chair, can I have a point of order?
You may have a point of order.
Thank you. You know, and I'm very, very serious. You know how to run meetings, and you do a good job, but it's late in the day. I'm hearing errors on your part. I'm hearing errors on members' part. We've been at this a long time. And again, I'm not disparaging anybody, but I think if anybody's listening to us, we're not on our A game right now. And this is a big piece of legislation right here. So, and we have time. So my point of order is should we not adjourn and come back and have a full discussion with bright eyes and bushy tails?
Thank you. No, we're here to discuss this. If we start back next time, we've got to start over another 3 or 4 hours. So I would, at this point, appreciate your point of order. Chairman Sapicki, you have anything to say? Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Gant wants to be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, with the reporting requirement that we were putting on private schools, and we know that they are accredited, which in my mind, the way I think, if they're accredited, that takes care of the accountability issue. So why are we data collecting from private schools and putting a reporting requirement on private schools?
Chairman Sapicki.
So in the bill, the data collection, quote unquote, is the student that takes advantage of the scholarship that goes to a private school. If the private school agrees to accept that student, what they're going to agree to is whatever testing they do on that one student, that information, the test scores will be reported to the third-party vendor that will gather all that information across the state, disseminate it to the Department of Education and to the members of the House and the Senate Education Committees. And the reason why is so we can track the efficacy of the program as it goes through year after year. What we didn't talk about were the parameters we set forth in the bill to guard against an out-of-control program, putting restrictions on it that the initial year was 20,000 scholarships. That will never be increased until we reach within 10% of the 20,000. And then the following year, the maximum you could increase it would be up to a 20% increase. So it could only go from 20 to 24,000. The reason why we did that was to make sure we can keep control of the data as it's disseminated to us and make sure we're getting good, real data that's reflecting the success of the program. Some of the other states, Representative, did not do that, and this thing ballooned and spiraled out of control. We've seen that. We've learned from that. We put protections in here, but we have to make sure that these students that are taking advantage of this money is going to be well spent based off of the academic returns we're getting on the students.
Representative Gant.
So can you be specific in telling me what data we're going to collect from these private schools?
Chairman Sapicki.
In the bill, it would be the test scores and how many students are participating that we can track, because you have to be able to identify those students, where they're going, what schools they're in, so that we know for attendance purposes in the public schools where they've gone to, and we know for attendance purposes where they are, so we can track the success of the program and make sure that these students are showing up where they're supposed to show up.
Sure.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
So are we not opening this up to a bureaucracy with the Department of Education to promulgate these rules around this data collection?
Chairman Spicky.
That was one of the components that I thought of the previous members, 2 members ago amendment, delineating exactly what kind of data that we could put in there to be collected, to put some guardrails in there. And like was referenced before, I'm sure the conversations with government operations between now and then will yield those results to give every member of the General Assembly the satisfaction that, number one, we're not over collecting, and number 2, there are guardrails put in place to manage that.
Representative Gant.
The original intent of this bill, and I'm not sure if it was the governor or leadership, we did not have this requirement in there, correct?
Chairman Spicky.
I believe so, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, members. We are, just to kind of put everybody back where we are, we're on House Bill 1183, has been properly amended. We're now having full discussion on the merits of the bill. And so I'm going to go to Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the previous member discussed, these crosscuts and this third party that's supposed to compare test scores, I think there's some ambiguity and some inaccuracies in that, because our guest from Blount County talked about, and I agreed with last week, and I think the commissioner may have been in error in terms of the categories taking standardized testing. I think last week in subcommittee, she said that every category takes standardized testing. I'll continue to talk over the gentleman. Joe Towns is in the room. So I would like to go out of session so I can ask the superintendent, not superintendent, the commissioner, some questions in that line and some financial questions as well.
Members, is there any objection to going out of session for our commissioner to come up? Hearing none. Commissioner Reynolds, if you would come up, and once we are out of session, Representative McKenzie, you will be recognized first to address the commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I was discussing, talking about last week, what is this third party going to look at? How are they going to be able to see how these students are doing, kind of apples to apples as best we can? And I think the vice chairman called out Iowa testing and ERB testing and all of these standardized testing. But in my reading last week, and I think Mr. Winstead agreed with me, all of these categories are not required to take standardized testing. So again, I'll ask you again this week, how are we going to compare students on the voucher program to the students taking the TCAP standardized test?
Commissioner Reynolds, you're recognized.
It's not on. Is it on?
Thank you. Mike needs me.
Lizette Reynolds, Commissioner of Education, Tennessee, State of Tennessee. Okay, so there would be an apples to apples comparison. Again, the TCAP is a criterion reference test. It tests based upon the Tennessee state standards. These private schools utilize norm reference testing, and there are requirements per State Board of Education rules for testing. And the idea, as I understand it, is to be able to gather this data from the private schools that choose to participate in this program, they would submit to this third party the testing, the testing results of those students. They would be definitely individualized. There would not, again, there are different tests that are utilized by different private schools. So it'd be a matter of looking at this in a more holistic way. Are students reporting better academic results in the school that they are attending?
So you're saying if they choose to accept the $7,000, they have to take one of 5 tests, five standardized tests, or they can have one that we know nothing about, as long as they're taking a test that they can accept these monies?
So maybe it would be helpful if I go through the State Board of Education rules and the categories. That might be helpful. Okay, so in a category 1, these are the state approved. So we're talking Department of Children's Services schools, and then preschools that might want to offer kindergarten. The student assessment requirements are they would administer a national standardized achievement test annually in areas of ELA and math for grades 3 through 11. They could develop and implement a promotion and retention policy, not necessarily the same as in public schools. For category 2, these are approved and monitored by an accrediting agency that is approved by the State Board of Education for a period of 5 years. The accrediting agency must at least have 5 member schools. The assessment requirements are, again, the accrediting agency must set and enforce requirements for teachers and principals. And conduct annual evaluations. Administer national standardized achievement tests annually in areas ELA and math for grades 3 through 11. Develop and implement a promotion and a retention policy, not necessarily the same as in public schools. Category 3, these are approved and monitored by a regional accrediting agency as listed in State Board policy. Those testing requirements are administer national standardized achievement tests annually in areas of ELA and math for grades 3 through 11. Develop and implement a promotion and retention policy, not necessarily the same as in public schools. Category 4, the church-related schools. These are approved and monitored by an accrediting agency listed in TCA 49-50-801. If a church-related school is not accredited by one of these agencies, there is a process to seek direct State Board Education approval, but that is rare. They must meet the standards of their accrediting agency, and there are no student assessment requirements, except they must meet the standards, again, of their accrediting agency. Category 5, these schools are not approved by an agency or organization. Schools must have at least 10 full-time students. They too administer national standardized achievement tests annually in areas ELA and math for grades 3 through 11. And then our independent homeschools are independent homeschools.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like category 4 does not have that testing, at least. So that's what I've read.
No,
Okay.
Category 4, let's see. No, that's right. Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Yes, sir.
So,
Excuse me.
and I think I heard a previous person talking about 60% of the schools. You know, like you said, one are those state kind of run DCS schools. So a lot of those schools fall into that category. So I'm going to shift because I know I'll be pulled. Let's talk a little bit about the funding associated with this tremendous increase from the governor's plan to what we have before us now. There's a lot of things in there that now deal with public schools to the tune of roughly $300 million. So just as an example, tell me how are we going to pay for, because what we've been told is this money will not come out of the TISA formula. That was the original conversation. Now, Is it or is it not? As it relates to the 15% increase in teacher benefit for their health insurance, for the summer, the intense tutoring program strictly for the private schools, students, and the other incentive, the 6 to 8% rule increase, which got some folks on board. Where is this money coming from? How is this funded this year? And are these recurring dollars that will always stay away from the TISA formula?
As this bill is currently structured, the program is subject to appropriation, so the controls rest with you, the General Assembly. Now, if you want some, I don't know if Sam, if you want to add any additional information?
Sam Piercy, Deputy Commissioner. The only thing I would add to that is, as it stands, the governor's proposed budget included about $144 million for the program, and the rest of appropriations is obviously at the will of the General Assembly as that works through the finance committees in the process.
Representative McKenzie, you want to follow up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, because I heard earlier from a subcommittee chair that the money's in the budget and that it's the 260 is already there. So I'm trying to find out, is that money that we're talking about, and we talked about this last week, that there was some monies already there and available. Are we taking monies that we earmarked last year for TISA, raises, things of that nature, and now are applying those to this voucher bill as amended?
You're recognized if you'd like to comment.
Thank you, Chair. So the governor's proposed budget included $260 million to increase the TISA funding formula, separate and distinct from the education freedom proposal. So at this point, those are the two separate line items in the governor's proposed budget. I would certainly defer to the sponsors for further clarification on money. And again, that all still has to go through the finance committees and be subject to y'all's decision making.
Okay, so I heard you say that this 262 million is from TISA funding formula, and we'll talk about that when we go back in session. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next on the list, Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my questions will be for the commissioner here. Is it okay, Mr. Chairman? Most of these are going to be yes or no answers. Is it okay if me and her go back and forth just to save time? I promise I'll be very respectful.
As long as you don't talk over her or she talks over you.
I'll cut my mic off there. And thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. I sent out an email. I was wanting to show something on the board, but we're not allowed to show props in here. So I sent out an email to you that was a scholarship application from Arizona. Did you get a chance to review that application?
No,
Could I ask why not?
because I've been here. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in my email. I haven't seen any emails from you.
Mr. Chairman, can you explain to the committee why she didn't get the information that was sent out?
I would imagine it's like mine. I've got 500 waiting in my box right now.
Mr. Powers, excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize?
This is very disturbing. Mr. Powers, you responded to an email that I sent out. My secretary looked online and she could not find her email online. We were told to send it to the chairman's office and he would make sure the department got the email. I think I did get a response from you on this application. So I guess to be fair to the commissioner, I'm gonna have to ask you the question instead of the commissioner, which terribly disappoints me. Did you get a chance to review the application?
So, Representative, I appreciate the question. I just want to clarify what I've seen. You're correct. You did email that application out. I want to say it was maybe yesterday. I believe it could have been the day before. It was one of the 2 days before, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I responded and said, is there a specific question that you're looking for in regards to the application? And if you responded back, I may not have seen that today. But since I didn't have any more direction other than the email, I looked at the application quickly and I haven't looked at it any further. Because again, I was waiting for clarification on what questions you had related to that application.
Okay.
You recognize?
The question that I have regarding the application, did you notice anything missing from the application? Do we have a Tennessee application yet? I'm assuming we probably don't.
Not for this program, no, sir.
Right. Well, the question missing from this application that I sent you and every other member, there's no box on here to check whether you're a legal immigrant or not in the state of Tennessee. My question, I guess, now would go back to the commissioner. Will you make sure when the application comes forward for this scholarship program that there is a box on the application to check for illegal immigrants?
Commissioner, you recognize.
Sir, that is an implementation question that will be addressed in the rulemaking when this bill becomes law.
I'm going to ask one more time. You have the authority when this application is written to put your input in on it. You lead the state in education. You're the person our governor picked. Will you make sure and protect Tennessee taxpayers that there is a box on here to check whether you're illegal or not?
This bill requires that a participating student is an eligible U.S. citizen. This, again, is an implementation question that requires rulemaking, which we will utilize, and we will have public comment on, and we will implement that when we pass this law.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question a different way and see if I can get an answer. Will you make sure whoever presents the rules to the chairman, and I'm not going to call his name, of the government ops, that question is on the application?
We will make sure that we implement it per the bill that you pass that will require some demonstration of U.S. citizenship.
Thank you for that part, and I got several more questions. I never intended to spend that much time on that one question. Moving on, will this scholarship program money go to schools that are satanic, atheists, or values we don't share here in Tennessee?
I believe that the chairman of Chairman Sipicki of this, the additional sponsor of the bill, has a provision in there that the school needs to not only follow State Board of Education rules and regulations, but also will need to be in operation for 3 years. And so that is definitely up to State Board of Education regulation.
Again, ma'am, I think you're missing the point here. The question is, will taxpayers' money go to these type schools in this state?
I can't tell you that, and I can't answer that question for you right now because I do not know. I do not know who will apply. I do not know who will have a private school that participates in this program 3 years from now, as stated in this legislation, that they would have to be in operation for 3 years.
Right, and they got to meet the other categories that we
Yes, sir.
talked to legal earlier. But all of us having good common sense around here, we pretty much know who all is going to apply for the. Wouldn't that be fair to say? Never mind. Just
That's
get
a
couple quick more
hypothetical
questions.
question. You can move on.
No, I just want to say I can't get an answer, so I might as well move on. The bill sponsor and the governor has said numerous times that competition will make public schools better. Can you please give me 3 examples how competition will make Porcone High School here in Davis County a better school?
Commissioner, you recognize.
This legislation is not an either-or
Don't talk over the
proposition.
commissioner.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Do not talk over Commissioner. You recognize.
Sir, this bill is not it's not an either-or proposition. We have good public schools, and the idea is for parents to decide what is the best environment for their student to flourish and reach their fullest human potential.
Commissioner, I think you misunderstood me. I was talking about how competition would make how it will make public schools better. That's how we kind of been sold on this thing on the front end is competition makes everybody better. My question to you as commissioner, how does competition make public schools better? How would the competition between these 2 programs make public school better?
Sir, I have never stated that the goal of this bill is to create better schools. I think we have great schools here in the state of Tennessee, and this is about parents finding the best learning environment for their student.
Commissioner, I'm all for parents having choice, and I want the best schools in this state for our students. I think we all agree on that. One last question. Are private schools that take this money, are they going to be able to teach CRT and DEI?
Again,
Commissioner.
I don't have the information I don't have the specifics of the curriculum that is delivered by these private schools. However, there are some requirements under curriculum and instruction that are also stated in State Board of Education rules. And again, parents will choose the best program for their child.
Right. Currently in public education, we ban that. My question to you, will we ban it in private education?
I have no authority over private schools.
That's the problem with this legislation. Is nobody
Okay, thank you. Let's stay on the bill. Let's go ahead and go to Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, thank you for your time and being here today and your team and being willing to answer some of these questions that we have. And as we've talked in my office, one of the major concerns I've got is any kind of mandate or any kind of tentacle that will, if we pass this, that will bring in any kind of undue regulation from the federal government. And I kind of want to go through a scenario here, and I hope that you can, for the record, expound on this. And but anyway, it's around section 49-6-3504A5, and it's about eligible students. Eligible students do not retain the right to receive special education and related services through IEP, but the student may be eligible under the IDEA to receive equitable services through an individualized service plan and not be disqualified from receiving the amount. Many private schools do not offer specialized services. How will IDEA Medicaid services be delivered to students if the EFSA is passed?
I've asked Jack Powers to please respond to this question.
Thank you for that question, Representative. And there may be portions of this regarding IDA's applicability that I might defer to legal on, but I do want to just state, which I believe the language is pretty clear on, private schools are not required to provide a free and appropriate education or special education services under an IEP to children with disabilities like IDEA requires public schools to do. However, as you mentioned, the language states IDEA does provide that private school students do have a right to services under what's called an individual service plan. And so that can offer some of the same options and services that any parentally placed private school student is eligible for.
Representative Gant.
Okay. Can you go through the related services that would be included under this section of the code that would be available to participating students?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't have a full list of all the services that would be available under an individualized service plan at this time. Again, that might be something that I have to defer to legal on.
Representative Gant.
But with this assessment of what I've captured in the code here, would you agree that we are opening up federal opportunity to regulate in some of these private schools through this?
Mr. Powers.
No, sir, I don't think so. I mean, I would ask maybe if you can restate and reread the original question related to how the federal law would apply here.
Well, it's under the 49-6-3504A5. It says eligible students do not retain the right to receive special education and related services through an IEP, but the student may be eligible under the IDEA to receive equitable services through an individualized service plan and not be disqualified from receiving the amount. And many schools do not offer specialized services. So I guess my question is, how will the IDEA, the Medicaid services, be delivered to students if they qualify for this money if passed?
You recognized.
Thank you, sir. If I could add just one piece, and I'll focus in on the IDEA services as separate from Medicaid services. Those can still funnel to individuals separately from a school environment. Currently, private schools have the option to participate in what is known as equitable services with local school districts. That applies under both the title education funds as well as IDEA. That means a private school may opt to get support from federal IDEA dollars through their local school districts currently. In those instances, they are not direct recipients of the federal funds, but receiving services equivalent to those offered in the district. That is part of what that piece of legislation references.
Sure.
Representative, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, but wouldn't this qualify or make the, or require the private schools to comply with some of these requests in order, if students needed these services? I mean, aren't we opening up that in the code?
You recognize?
I don't believe so, sir. Again, I'd probably defer the ultimate question to legal, but this is already an action private schools participate in.
So if a private school denies an applicant based on this, can they legally do that?
Sorry, thank you for the
recognize.
clarification. Let me separate for a second. All of my responses have been about participation in IDEA as a funding activity, not about discrimination on acceptance and policies. That I would absolutely defer to legal.
Mr. Chairman, I think I need clarity. I've had several constituents, several members ask me about this, and I think even Representative Hertz got some further questions as we were talking earlier, but I'll try to be as short as I can and let others ask questions. But I think we need to have some clarity here, because my intent, and I think every member on this committee, we do not want to have the federal government in any kind of way have any tentacles into running our local schools. And I just need clarity so that I can go back to my district and tell my constituents that this does not provide any tentacles from the federal government to come in the back door and regulate this.
And when you said schools, you meant private schools.
That is correct. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We're out of session, so your question's addressed to legal. Legal, you may respond to that.
Committee, Sean McMahon with Legal Services. I think this is something that we're going to have to research a little further. I'm not sure if you could restate the question for me.
Mr. Chairman, I'll state it again for the third time. This is under section 49-6-3504A5, and it pertains to eligible students do not retain the right to receive special education and related services through IEP, but the student may be eligible under IDEA to receive equitable services through an individualized service plan and not be disqualified from receiving the amount that were given under this legislation. Many private schools do not offer these specialized services. And so how will IDEA, which I'm told it's under Medicaid, but services will be delivered to students if the EFSA is passed by this General Assembly? I just need assurance that there's no federal oversight here or tentacles into this if we pass it.
Committee, the Code of Federal Regulations provides that these types of services be provided by employees of a public agency or through contract by the public agency with an individual, association, organization, or other entity, and further provides that special education related services provided to parentally placed private school children with disabilities, including materials and equipment, must be secular, neutral, and non-ideological.
President Gant, did that help you?
So it would be your opinion that this legislation, if we pass it in its current form, does not open up the federal government to any kind of way regulate private schools in this matter?
Legal. You're recognized, legal.
Anastasia Campbell, Office of Legal Services. We are, we're going to speak to the language of the bill, and the provision that you're referring to states that the student may be eligible under the IDEA, but we're not unable to answer a question regarding, court challenge or something such as that.
But what, Mr. Chairman, if I
You're
could,
recognized.
what happens in the situation where most private schools don't offer these specialized services? What are they forced to do at that point?
Question of legal. Representative Gant, we're going to get you an answer to that, but if I can move on, we'll come back to that question. We're going to get some additional information. So if you'll let us continue, we've got other people on the list. You finish up, then we'll come back to your question.
Mr. Chairman, before we vote on this, will you make sure we have clarity on that?
We will do our best on that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And I will come back to you. Chairman Sapicki is the sponsor of the bill. Before I go on, did you have a comment?
Members have, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members have to realize that the private schools have to opt in to the program. If they don't have the ability to offer the services, they would not have the ability to opt into the program if they're going to take these children that have special needs or are under IDEA. But I'm not the legal expert on this, but from conversations I'm having via text, it seems like you solve the problem by opt in or opt out. And those schools that already are opting into this through maybe the ESA voucher program, that they're able to meet the needs of the student.
Representative Gant.
So what happens, Chairman Sapicki, in the event that a private school, for unforeseen reasons, starts accepting students and they didn't see this coming, and then they're already accepting students? So then what?
Chairman Sapicki.
The admissions process at a private school is a very rigorous process. I don't think any student's just going to show up and wave $7,000 in front of a private school without doing some type of data and background on the student to understand where they're coming from. I think the process will take care of itself based off of those private schools looking at these individuals that want to apply for one of their open spots and making sure that they can address the needs of those students.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Gant.
So Chairman Sapicki, are you willing to go on record and say that this provision would keep any federal tentacles from coming in through this piece of legislation to regulate private schools?
Chairman Sapicki.
I know people think I play an attorney here, but I don't. But from the conversations I've had with private schools, they are going to look at every individual that comes to apply to their school just like they do across the state right now, and they will determine what's the best fit for their school.
Yeah.
I can't make that claim because we have legal looking for the answer right now.
Right. Yeah. All I want is just clarity that it does not invite the federal government in this when they're not invited to be so. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. And I also have another person from the Department of Education and Legal that can also help us. I will recognize her in a minute.
No, go on.
Okay.
Go on.
Miss Ballard, would you like to come up and address us? I think you may have something to contribute as our legal counsel in the Department of Education. If you identify yourself for the record, and then you are recognized.
Christy Ballard, General Counsel for the Department of Education. I think the language that we are discussing is simply trying to explain the difference between parentally placed private school students versus parentally placed public school students. IDEA, as Mr. Piercy explained, requires that public schools spend a proportionate amount of their funding on public schools on private schools. And what that means is, and I think the answer, this amendment, as I understand it, does not change the operation of these private schools. What it's simply trying to say is if a parent chooses to place their child in a private school, they would no longer, instead of a public school, they would no longer have the right to a full IEP as they would in a public school, but they would have the same rights as any private school student would have in a private school, which is a service plan. And those service plans are developed, and the funding and the resources come from the public school system to the private school. This is the way it is now, regardless of any new program. And what happens is parents, private schools, and public schools work together and determine what those services may or may not be. I think what this language is trying to do is just to clarify for everyone that once a parent chooses to put their child in this program and in a private school, that child would have the same rights to services under a service plan as any other private school parent has today. So I don't think the language changes the function or role of these schools.
Representative Gann, if not, I'm going to go to Representative Hurt.
So
Oh, you're Representative Gann, you still want to ask your question? I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay, then I come to you, Representative
I
Hurt.
think I understood what you said, but so what you're saying is there is no federal oversight, or
What I'm saying is this program, if it passes, would not change what is currently the function of private and public schools under IDEA. Those public schools right now have to spend a proportionate amount of their funds, it's called equitable services, on private school students. And they do that by working with the private schools and parents and determining what types of services students in those schools might need. And I think the language in the amendment is simply trying to say once a student applies for this program and enters it, they would get in the same rights as any private school student would have enrolled in a private school. And this language would not change that.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hurd, then I'm going to go to Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I want to clarify what she's saying and put it in more understandable terms that's already going on. And first, let me ask, what he's asking is in reference to the Biden administration's Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. So that's the change in Medicaid services after COVID, referring to children. But when we talk about the IEP, members, and it's happening now because there's a school just north of me that has to do it. If a private school accepts a student with an IEP, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll give you the opportunity, accepts a student with an IEP and they cannot provide the services, a public school in that area has to send their resources to that school to provide those services. Is that an accurate description?
You're recognized.
Not exactly. A private school student has no actual guarantee to services under a service plan like they would in a public school. And what services are provided under a service plan within a private school, it's going to vary. There's a whole manual that talks about equitable services and the role of private schools, and I would love to get it and give it to everyone on the committee. It's a little bit complicated, but what it means is, for example, one of the most needed services for children are speech language services. So some private schools may say, we have a really great need for speech language services in our school. So they work it out, and that is the service. So the students who need that service would get it. That doesn't necessarily mean that a private school parent would get access to every service they would get under an IEP. So it's going to depend. But all of that is worked out with the private school, the public school, and the parents are involved. But that's why there is a choice, and it's clear that you can go to a public school and have access to that full IEP. But if you choose a private school, you have the same rights as any private school student. And some of those needs would be met, but it would depend on that plan.
Representative Hurd.
Okay, so the school I'm referring to has to send their special education teachers to the other school for part of the day, which is stretching their resources. So I guess I want you to clarify why a private school would not be responsible to provide all the services needed by an IEP. And I know the private school, which we're kind of getting here to something that I want us to also understand, this is private school choice, not as much parent choice that we're discussing in this bill. because private schools, if they can't provide the services, they'll choose not to accept that student and let them in the doors. But my question, where I have a concern there also, is if that private school decides to, hey, we have a student who is an athlete, they have an IEP, can they, in their concept of accept them and say, we're okay because we can provide services through this public school sending over here? What prevents that under what you're telling us? I'm not understanding.
Ms. Butler, you're recognized.
I don't think it's that simple. I think that it's a conversation, and they call it consultation between the private and public. So I don't think it's the private school can say, we require you, public school, to come provide these services. That's not how the law works. It's a consultation process, and it's a group decision. I can get you more information. I'm sorry.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is back to the commissioner. It's a question that's going to be a little out of order here because I've been trying to ask it for a while. But so I've got several independent schools in my district, and I would say a lot of people in my district do send their kids to independent schools and private schools. Many of those schools are undergoing changes right now in terms of there's a couple that are adding the 6th grade. There are a couple that are getting rid of the 6th grade. They're making lots of changes. And I just want to make sure that if those schools do participate in this program today and later they do make modifications, what does that do to this program? Would those students still be able to go there? And does that make sense? And are there conditions on those schools to 6th grade through 12th grade or whatever that term may be?
So I just want to make sure I get your question right. So with respect to whether or not, please restate the question. I just want to make sure I get it right.
President Gillespie.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Okay.
okay.
So if a student or parents choose to participate in this program and the school is also, because correct me if I'm wrong, there has to be buy-in from the school and buy-in from the parents. It cannot happen any other way, right? And
yes, sir.
Okay. So that kind of answers my question, but does this mean that if, let's say the school is 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, okay? And they want to extend that to earlier grades, is there any type of reapplication? Is there any type of, or is it just an automatic, once that school's bought into this program or entered into the contract, do they have to repeat the process? Does that make sense?
Commissioner.
Yes, sir. I believe that does. So there would be no requirements from the state's perspective about whether or not they can add or subtract grade levels. It would be up again to the parent to decide, is that school going to continue to serve them the way they need to be served?
Thank you. Representative Love, you're next.
Thank you, Chairman White. Commissioner, I have a question as it pertains to TISA. Currently, a child generates additional dollars for, I think, what they call weighted funding, things like poverty, concentrated poverty, special education, and even small and sparse districts. I think we have 19 small and 82 sparse districts. In the TISA formula, the child generates more dollars above the $7,000 base funding, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if a child who generates these additional dollars then chooses to accept a school voucher and go to a private school, the amount is capped at $7,000. Is that correct? Okay. All right, here we go. That's no problem. All right, so student in Metro Nashville Public Schools maybe lives in an area where there's concentrated poverty, and maybe they have special education needs. According to TISA formula, that child would receive weighted funding, which means that the amount of money that the district would receive or put toward the child's education is more than $7,000, which is the base funding for TISA. But if that same child and their parents choose to then go to a private school under this program, the amount that they would receive is capped at that $7,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So even though the child has a demonstrated need for more funding to educate them, they're only going to receive $7,000. Is that correct?
Commissioner?
They will, yes, they will receive a $7,075 for reimbursement through the program. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's one of the concerns, even though I'm not a fan of the bill itself, that still is one of the concerns I have, that you may have children who are generating more weighted funding. You may actually have a child who lives in a county where it's considered, again, a small or sparse district, and they're also generating more funding. And yet when they leave, that funding does not travel with them. Not that I want it to, but just demonstrating that there is, some inconsistency in the funding if we're talking
get it,
about
man.
meeting that child's needs, and possibly consider that there should be some consideration for that, or maybe even for the districts, maybe a hold harmless year where if that child chooses to leave, that funding still stays with that district because the child may return. And we want to make sure that those programs are in place to make sure that child receives adequate funding and support if that child returns. So thank you for hearing me out, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go, Representative Parkinson, does the bill sponsor, did you have a comment a while ago, or just move on? Okay. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions. And Mr. Chairman, I promise I'll be nice. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Well, three questions. Now, so do the private schools have to accept anyone that applies that's eligible to receive a voucher and they apply at the private school? Does the private school have to accept that child?
Only if they choose to participate in the program and they have the capacity to have that student in their school.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to regurgitate that and make sure I'm clear on what you're saying, because that's big. So what you're saying, Commissioner, do you need to restate it?
How about you restate your question and let me make sure I get this right.
Yes, ma'am. Does a private school have to accept a student that applies if they have a voucher, or can they deny that student even though that student has a voucher from the state of Tennessee?
Commissioner.
Sir, private schools do not have to participate in the program. So if a student has a voucher and would like to choose to go to that private school, and that private school is not a participant in the program, then no, they do not have to accept that voucher.
Follow up.
Mr. Chair, please give me some grace, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Maybe I didn't state the question properly. You know where I'm going, don't you? So I'll wait. If a private school is part of the program and a child has a voucher, does that private school have to accept that child if he wants to go to that school?
It is subject to their admissions requirements.
What does that mean?
So each private school has, they have their admissions criteria. And so the school, the student will also apply through the program. Again, it'll be subject to, capacity and to what the private schools dictate in their schools.
Thank you. So the private school, just so I'm clear, the private school can deny a student access if they want to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And so now, how does that equate to parental choice?
So, again, parents will look and find the best fit for their child. If that school denies admission, then that parent will look for another opportunity in another school.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair, this is the last question.
Okay.
And it goes back to the IDEA part, because I was a little confused about that. Let me see if I can. Okay, so if a student that needs services is accepted or is applying for a private school, and the private school then is and just help me through this because I wasn't clear on it. The private school can then consult with the area public school to tap into the IDEA money from the public school to help this student in the private school. Is that how that works?
It is my understanding from Ms. Ballard's testimony that it is a consultation between the two entities. Yes, sir.
And thank you for that. And so when the private school taps into the federal money, the IDEA money no?
No,
No?
sir. The IDEA money rests with the public school.
Right. Check. So the public school has the IDEA money, and they can utilize that money to help the private school with this student that's in the private school. Am I correct so far? Because I just want to walk through this so I'm clear on it.
If there's an agreement between the two entities, yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And so with the use of that federal money, does the oversight from that federal money that this public school is using for this student in a private school go away?
So part of this is to, so a student would have an IEP from that public school. They go to this private school in consultation with the public school or whatever, relationship they establish. The student will have an individual's, let me see, what do they call it? They call it an individual services plan. And so the private school will follow that plan per the agreement. So that would be, but that is independent of the work that there's going on with the public school. If I get that right, I may have to bring back legal counsel because I want to make sure I give you the right information, sir.
And can we, well, maybe we should get it from legal counsel because I just want to be clear on that part because my colleague was asking that question and it was a little unclear for me because I've never seen where federal guidelines on federal dollars change just because a student is gone to another school but still using federal dollars. So unless the federal dollars, the requirements for the federal dollars and the oversight for the federal dollars shift, then we do have federal reach into the private schools. And I'll be happy to hear from your legal.
Ms. Ballard, I'm going to ask you to come back up because we got a few more and they got a couple more members who want to ask you a question too. But Representative Parkinson, you're recognized for Ms. Ballard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your grace. So I'm just trying to wrap my arms around what you were explaining to my colleague. When if these public schools are not offering IEP support or help with special needs children, and they can consult, and please, if you don't mind, just walk me through it. They can consult with the public school and tap into, was it IDEA money to help support that student? Am I correct?
Yes, Christy Ballard, General Counsel for the department. Right now, IDA requires public schools to spend a proportionate amount of their IDA funds on equitable services for private school students. So that goes on right now. And as part of that, each public school will reach out to the private schools within their jurisdiction and they will consult on those services. And so students could, in a private school, have a services plan made up of those services. But what a student gets is worked out between the public school, the private school with the parents involved. And so, it is an individualized plan. And so we can't say, well, these are the services every student would get because it's an individualized plan. And I believe it is somewhat permissive. Right now, a private school could say, we don't want those funds. So as I understand it, this language does not change the enrollment procedures or policies of any private school. This is something that happens now, and it would continue to happen. So students who receive this money would be treated like any private school is now. They would have the opportunity for an individual services plan, just like private school students get now.
And thank you for that. And I understand that. What my question is, and I want to be very clear on my question, those funds are still subject to federal oversight. Am I correct or incorrect?
Those funds are subject to the same oversight they are now without this program. That means that they are spent according to the plan that is developed in consultation with the private school. So the private school has to work, and it's permissive whether or not they work with the public school on providing those services.
Thank you. But are these federal dollars though?
The public schools are using their IDEA funds, which are public federal dollars, to provide the services.
So the feds watch this money and follow it where it goes and have guidelines that they have to abide by in the use of this money, correct?
They monitor public schools and how they use those funds and if they use them for appropriate things.
And if they're used for a private school student, they're still monitored and watched, so the feds have their hand in it, correct?
I think they monitor to ensure that the funds are used according to the federal regulations, which is for private school students.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Representative Fritz. Got a few more on the list before we go back in session. Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the commissioner. We've had a long day. We started our day together today, and so I just appreciate, I want to encourage you with something quickly, and then I have two quick questions for you. It's not the critic who counts. Credit belongs to the person who is actually in the arena. So thank you for being willing to sit in the arena with us tonight. So these are vision questions, quick, and I'd asked this question earlier, but you're probably the appropriate person. What is your vision for any growth in size in the department as a result of the passage of this bill? And then second question, and I'll stop. What is your vision on how to improve? We talked about communications with our school districts and how we felt like we had some issues with that. So pertinent to this bill, what would be your vision for how to improve that communication with our public, private, and charter schools moving forward? And thank you.
Yes, sir. So I will start with your first question. My understanding is that under our proposal to the governor's budget, we have asked for 11 FTEs to help us administer the program. That would be the extent of any growth. And of course, that would not all happen at once. And I need your second question again, please.
Yes, ma'am. What is your vision for how to improve the communication channels with our directors of schools, the private schools, the charter schools moving forward in pertinent to this bill, if it should pass?
Yes, sir. We will. That is one of the biggest priorities for me, is to continue and ensure that we have ample communications and ample conversations with our directors of schools all across the state. With respect to this program, it'll also be part of our implementation plan to make sure that that communication is clear and concise, and that we do not overstep any of our bounds on either side of the aisle.
One second. What's your point of order?
Yes, Chairman, I'm trying to listen to our guest here, and they're having a very loud conversation behind us that's distracting from the important questions from our guest.
We're going to try to get back in session just a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Did we finish with that question? That was Representative Fritz. You're done? Okay, thank you. Got a couple more. Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman, and questions for legal counsel here. So colleague just before kind of established if an individuals
Really?
there and the federal dollars,
Mhm.
we're looking at those
You're never-
Title IX dollars are coming in there, that there could be some type of oversight for whatever the overall purposes are there.
Abraham.
My question or concern, I got a text message earlier from a constituent. According to the Supreme Court or the Supreme Court of the United States, Grove City College versus Bell 1984, if there are Title IX dollars associated with a private school based on one recipient, that opens the door for everybody. I don't know if that's been taken into consideration with this or not, but I thought that this was carved out off of that, but based off of your testimony, if there's one student inside of that private school that has Title IX dollars, every private school student in that school is now under the umbrella based off of that Supreme Court ruling in 1984, Grove City College versus Bell.
You recognize?
Christy Ballard, General Counsel for the department. They're not specific dollars that are Title IX dollars. It's a broad-based civil rights statute. And I do know that there are exceptions within that federal law for private schools under certain circumstances. So it would really depend on the situation. But from what I understand, the language in this bill would not change anything about private school enrollment policies. I would have to have more information and do more research. And I would, of course, defer to your legal counsel for that. But there are some exceptions under Title IX for private schools.
Any follow-up?
Thank you. So in the question that was texted over, if my child currently attends a private school and a child with a voucher is admitted to that school, will my child be required to adhere to any government regulations, including data information regarding my child that a voucher student might be required to provide? And that's where it was going back to that Supreme Court ruling.
Mm. Yes, ma'am. You're recognized.
That is, my understanding is that is not the case. And as far as data, that's a separate federal law.
Okay, let's go to, and I'm going to try to hit some of these people who haven't had very much airtime tonight. So I'm going to go to Chairman Reagan and then go to Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the commissioner, some of us here on this dais are blessed with having good public schools in our districts. But there's still a major concern that this passage of this or potential passage of it would be a detriment to them. Can you address that issue as opposed to maybe how it would affect school systems that are not so well performing?
Sir, I believe that one of the testifiers also responded to that. Again, we do have some excellent public schools. And again, it's not about the schools as much as it is about that student. And we know that some students flourish in their public school setting, and some do not. And so what this bill is thriving to do is ensure that if a family feels that they have a student that maybe their needs specifically aren't being met, that they have another option outside of that school system, outside of the public school, to be able to find that the best place for their student to flourish. And it's also not limited to just the private school. There are other choices that families have. And so I believe that this will have an overall effect to provide all students with opportunities to be successful in the state of Tennessee.
Chairman Reagan, follow up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that answer. And I do understand that the intent of the bill is to do that. But from a statewide perspective, I want to make sure that we're not damaging those schools that are already high performers. Can you foresee any negative impact from this bill to the schools that are doing well?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Slater, you hadn't had any airtime tonight. We'll go to you next.
Motion to go back into session.
Okay. Well, do we have 3 objections? Okay, we put it on the board. The motion before us to go back in session, Madam Clerk, for those who want to go back in session, vote aye. Those who don't, vote no. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Representative Baum. Baum votes yes. Representative Bolso. Bolso votes yes. Representative Butler. Butler votes yes. Representative Sapicki. Sapicki votes yes. Representative Fritz. Fritz votes yes. Representative Gant. Gant votes yes. Representative Gillespie. Gillespie votes yes. Representative Haston. Haston votes yes. Representative Hurt. Hurt votes yes. Representative Lafferty. Lafferty votes yes. Representative Love. Love votes no. Representative McKenzie. McKenzie votes no. Representative Parkinson. Representative Reagan. Reagan votes yes. Representative Ritchie. Ritchie votes yes. Representative Stevens. Stevens votes yes. Representative Warner. Warner votes no. Vice Chairman Slater. Slater votes yes. Chairman White.
Yes.
White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 15 ayes and 3 noes.
The ayes have it. We are back in session. You have a point of order.
I was on the list. The clerk had told me that I was next on the list. I have one question for the lady that was speaking. May we go back out of session and let me ask my question?
No, sir, we've already had the vote, so we're going to move on. We're back in session. I'm going to recognize the sponsor. Then the one person who hasn't talked tonight is Representative Butler. That will go to you after Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move previous question.
Okay, we have previous question been called for. A motion second, have objection. We got objection. Okay, all those in favor of calling the question? Will be a roll call. All those in favor of let's have order. We've been here almost 4 hours. Let's have order. All those in favor, when the clerk calls the roll, say yes of calling the question. If you don't agree, then you vote no. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Representative Baum. Yes. Baum votes yes. Representative Bolso. Bolso votes yes. Representative Butler. Yes. Butler votes yes. Representative Sapicki. Yes. Sapicki votes yes. Representative Fritz. No. Fritz votes no. Representative Gant.
Aye.
Gant votes yes. Representative Gillespie. Aye. Gillespie votes yes. Representative Haston. Yes. Haston votes yes. Representative Hurt. No. Hurt votes no. Representative Lafferty. Aye. Lafferty votes yes. Representative Love. No. Love votes no. Representative McKenzie. No. McKenzie votes no. Representative Parkinson. No. Parkinson votes no. Representative Reagan. Aye. Reagan votes yes. Representative Ritchie. No. Ritchie votes no. Representative Stevens. Aye. Stevens votes yes. Representative Warner. No. Warner votes no. Vice Chairman Slater. Yes. Slater votes yes. Chairman White.
Yes.
White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 12 ayes and 7 noes.
The ayes have it. The question's been called for. We're now having a vote on the bill. I'll go back to the sponsor before we do that. Chairman Sapicki. Okay, he has declined. Madam Clerk, members, now we're voting on the bill that is before us, 1183, House Bill 1183, as properly amended. All those who would like to, where's it go from here? Those in favor of the bill moving out to Gov Ops indicate by saying yes. Those who don't vote, just vote no. If your vote is no. So, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Representative Baum. Yes. Baum votes yes. Representative Bolso. Bolso votes yes. Representative Butler. Yes. Butler votes yes. Representative Sapicki. Yes. Sapicki votes yes. Representative Fritz. No. Fritz votes no. Representative Gant.
Aye.
Gant votes yes. Representative Gillespie. Aye. Gillespie votes yes. Representative Haston. Yes. Haston votes yes. Representative Hurt. No. Hurt votes no. Representative Lafferty. Yes. Lafferty votes yes. Representative Love. No. Love votes no. Representative McKenzie. No. McKenzie votes no. Representative Parkinson. No. Parkinson votes no. Representative Reagan. Aye. Reagan votes yes. Representative Ritchie. No. Ritchie votes no. Representative Stevens. Aye. Stevens votes yes. Representative Warner.
No.
Warner votes no. Vice Chairman Slater.
Yes.
Slater votes yes. Chairman White?
Yes.
White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, you have 12 ayes and 7 noes.
The bill 1183 moves out of calendar rules. Oh, one other thing, we are rolling the, 1 second, not through. We are rolling the amendments that are on the bill into one amendment for legal. And it goes to GovOps. Do I have a motion to adjourn? We are adjourned.